Because for those who don't know, with Unreal, we've been learning how to make stuff, and we just entered the blueprints in Unreal, aka coding nodes, which is huge, because I already had tons of experience with node-type systems from Blender, and now we're actually entering into it, and we're learning it. And we took our little step in.
Events. You can always get back the event tick.
Oh, there we go.
Clicking and typing in event tick and selecting it. So the event tick is pretty unique compared to other events in that it runs every single frame. So we can see this running in action. We're adding in a print screen, and for the screen, call this one activated. Now, if I press play,
Okay, that's right. Does it bring up the window? It does. There we go. Here we are. So we're playing the game right here. That works like that. Escape. Okay. Print string. Connect it. Working. And then play, then it's going to work. Yeah.
You can see that every single frame activated is being called. So let's go delete that. Use the node called add actor local rotation and select it.
Add act. Oh yeah, because we're going to be moving the object. So add local rotation. Okay.
Right there. So plug it up like this, and we're not going to notice anything happening since we need to add a new local rotation. And I specifically want to increase. Let's go to x-axis 5 degrees. So now if I press play, we see that every single frame.
Oh, that's what he's doing with it. Okay, I'm like, why does he want a rotation node and not like a move node? Because that's what he wants. He wants to make it like a windmill.
Rotating 5.
Okay. Oh, it's me. Okay. Or was he in the other one?
And I specifically...
Oh, that's why. Because I'm in... Because I... Ooh, that's right, that's right. Make sure... That's... Okay, that's a little funny thing. Is when you're getting back in, make sure, because, like, he was in here. And then he moved, which I should have noticed there, but especially when you're new, you're not really going to be, like, fully looking for that. At least, I'm not. At least not yet. Need to. We were in the third person, so yeah, we made a third person move in, rotation. So technically we did do it. It's just it wasn't in the right spot. But I want to redo it. So add actor. There's no global rotation. So okay, I understand. But I should just say look. Yeah. My pet peeves. Let's go.
Want to ink.
And then 5. But I don't know if that's going to go in the right way. That's why I wanted to check, because it's going to go. Oh no. No, that's right. Never mind. Nope. 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 Oh. Hey. There we go. Hey. 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 Okay.
Let's go to x-axis 5 degrees. So now if I press play, we see that every single frame, my obstacle is rotating 5 degrees.
Yes.
And while this is great, there's one issue, and that is it's frame dependent. So right now we're running at probably a smooth 120 frames per second. But what if this game was running on a computer that's not as powerful, and it's running every 30 frames per second? Well, we can see what it's like to simulate that by pressing the backtick key to bring up the command line and type in t.max.
Oh, okay. T dot what?
FPS.
Oh. I see. See it right there. It should be at the same speed.
And type in 30 to lock it to 30 frames per second. It's still rotating 5 degrees every frame, but we have less frames, so it's going to be rotating slower. So we need to make this frame independent. I can bring back my original frame rate by clicking on the backtick key again, typing in t.max FPS, and put in 0 to uncap the frame rate. And to do so, we need to use the delta seconds. So I'm going to drag from delta rotation and type in make rotator down here. So select that, and essentially the make rotator will break our rotation, so we get access to X, Y, and Z independently as inputs.
Oh, I see. Okay. This is interesting. Rotation. Wait, what? No, it's make rotation or make rotate. Make. But yeah, it was right there. I thought it was, but I'm like, wait, it can't be that. But no, it is. Okay. So return. Oh, and it has the same slot too. Okay, so this is like separate X, Y, and Z in Blender, which I'm familiar with. It is confusing, but it's just separating it. A little extra control, which is good in some cases.
I'm going to drag from delta seconds and type in multiply like that and select it. So now the output will go into the X, and for rotation, we're going to set it back to 5. So if I press play again, and now we're going pretty slow, so I'm going to increase this from 5 to 100. Press play again, and our obstacle is rotating. I can lock this frame rate by clicking on the backtick key and type in t.max FPS. Let's lock it to 30. And notice that despite it being 30 seconds, we're still rotating at the same exact speed as beforehand. I can even try t.max FPS, 120 frames per second, and we have the same speed. So our gameplay is no longer tied to our frame rate, which is exactly what we want. Right now, all we have is one obstacle blueprint in our world.
That's interesting. So you still need the event tick, but you have to... So delta seconds and delta rotation. So anytime you see delta, you basically want to do because or else it's going to kind of screw your game.
If I want multiple of them, I can select this blueprint and hold down Alt to duplicate it, or
That could work for like cinematic stuff though, I guess.
I can drag it out from our content drawer.
Actually, no, that could.
Now, if I press play, we do have the issue, and that is they're rotating in the exact same direction. I can rotate each of...
Okay, so he wants to place them down. I thought we were going to like do some like extra stuff. Content drawer.
These blueprints in a random direction on the Z-axis to
just
give
rotate.
our rotations a little bit of variety. Now, if I press play, we're rotating in different directions.
Did some Blender keybinds, so it'd be no. And then, right? No. 180? Right? Wait. No, I was right. Yeah, okay. So 180. That's good. And then I actually want to tilt it this way. I tilt it that way. Of course, there's no
but
outside
it's really
stuff.
hard to tell exactly what direction it's going to be rotating on when editing our game in viewport. To help us know the direction that we're rotating, jump back into BP_obstacle. Let's go to viewports and click on add. And we're going to add in an arrow.
Oh. Viewport. In this tab.
Components. So this arrow component.
Add. Arrow.
And I can zoom in to see exactly what it is. It will not be visible when we're playing our game, which is exactly what we want. So for arrow color, I'm going to set this to blue and also rotate this. Let's go 90 degrees in the Z-axis.
Yeah, I was about to say it's... Okay. Save, compile. Save. Oh, so I was wrong about this one. Oh, interesting. That's in the ground, so you can't see. So it also serves as so it serves as another point too. So if like player height, if you want to like, we do some reference on that a little bit.
And lift this up. So now if I compile, jump back into game map.
Okay. Oh, I was already on it. It looks like the arrow, so I'm like, what? Oh, it's right there. Nice.
We can see that I have a blue arrow that's pointing in the direction that my obstacle will rotate.
Yes,
so
that one's good too.
I'm able to tell exactly where this object will rotate to.
Save.
Now that I do have some obstacles,
yes,
there's just one issue, and that is they're all going the same exact speed. I want some obstacles to be slower than others. So I want to be able to edit that property in the details panel of the blueprint. So to do so, I need to make a variable. And variables are pretty similar to a materials parameters. So let's jump back into event graph. And under variables, I can create a new one by clicking on the plus icon. So call this one rotation.
Oh, I see.
Speed. And
the variable's over here. Okay. Rotation speed? Yes. Rotation speed.
And instead of Boolean, I can change it up here to a float. So a float is a number with decimal points. Now I can hold down the left mouse button and drag out rotation speed, let go inside of my event graph. And it's going to ask me whether I want to get it or set it. I want to get the rotation speed and plug it up right there. So instead of 100, we're going to be using whatever value is stored within the rotation speed. So you can essentially think of variables as containers of data. Now, when we do have rotation speed selected, we're unable to change that value because our blueprint needs to be compiled. So as soon as I press compile, I now get access to that value.
Okay.
It's set at 0, so if I do play my game, we aren't rotating. Now I can bring this back to 100, and if I play my game, we have the same exact speed.
Yeah.
But that's not the point of variables. Variables are great because they allow us to change the default value.
Yeah, that's what I want to see.
So I want to expose this variable. That's how I'm able to edit it within the details panel of my object. Make sure that you have rotation selected, and in the details panel, check instance editable and expose on spawn. Now if I press compile, jump back into game map, we can see that when I do have an obstacle blueprint selected, rotation speed is made available. So I can make this obstacle right here have a speed of 50.
Oh. More settings. Default rotation speed. Oh. Okay. Also, that's set the right way still. Okay. What's he gonna say?
This one, a speed of 200, and right there, let's go 300. Now, if I press play, they all have different speeds. So it makes it a lot harder to try and navigate this obstacle
They'd be way
course.
faster.
We are right now
sure.
missing a very crucial element to our game, and that is an end goal. So the goal that I want the player to try to reach is specifically under starter content, props, SM_statue. So
starter content. Oh my goodness. There we go. Statue.
The player is trying to make it to the statue.
Ooh.
And I'm going to change the material from glass to gold. So starter content, materials, and drag metal gold onto the glass like that. Now, with the player,
that is, though.
and I'm aware that you can just walk around the obstacle course. I want to add in the feature where when the player is by...
Why does that look like glass? It is. Oh. There we go. Okay. And then...
a statue, we get a windscreen telling us that we did beat the game. To begin, let's add in a trigger volume, which will trigger whenever the player is near the statue.
Can I not see it because it's so large?
To do so, come up to add, and under volumes, select the trigger.
Duh. Oh. And, oh wait, how do I... Wasn't there a thing where you snap the... Wasn't there an angle thing where it snaps to that? And... This would fall over. Wow, it's actually not working with the N key. Wait, what? That's not working. That's when I press N, that's how close it gets. Okay. Is the collision that big? I mean, this would be kind of like in the ground, you know, like a fossil or something. Maybe something like this. I mean, it's not a good spot, but... Oh. God. Stuck using blender controls.
Drag it out and place it so that it's around the statue. We want to...
Trigger volume. Add. Oh. Add. Volumes. Wrong one. Add. Volumes. Trigger.
Program it where whenever the player collides with its trigger volume, then a windscreen will pop up. We're going to program this logic through the level blueprints. So every level in Unreal Engine has its very own blueprint, where we're able to script logic that is very specific to the level. So to open up your level blueprint, come up to the blueprint icon right here, select that, and then select Open Level Blueprint. Now this is the event graph that is specific for Game Map. We can even see that the name of this blueprint is Game Map, which is different from BP_obstacle or our third-person character, since it's not an individual object, instead it's the level as a whole. Now, I'm going to delete our default custom events, and I want to make sure that in my level editor, I have the trigger volume selected. So with it selected, I'm able to get a bunch of different properties and events that are related to the trigger volume. For example, if I right-click, we can see that add event for trigger volume 3, and under collision, we get the event that I want, which is add on actor begin overlap. If you do not see any of these options, then you want to make sure that you do have your trigger volume selected in the map. So right-click, add event for trigger volume collisions, and add on actor begin overlap, which is essentially a very similar event to our on component begin overlap. So we want to do the exact same thing we did right here, And that is, make sure that we are overlapping with the third-person character. So drag from other actor and cast to third-person character and select it right there. Now I want to make sure that this event is working by dragging from this node and printing stream. So the sentence that I want to come up is you want.
I mean, you don't need to, because... well, yes. You do. Because if you get the wrong connections, then it's not going to work. Work.
On the game, exclamation points. So ideally, pressing play, I'm going to walk around my obstacle course. We will fix that in a bit. And as soon as I come into contact with the trigger volume, we see in the top left-hand corner, we get the screen, you won the game. Now let's create a win screen.
It's not triggering because it is the... So it is a collision. The collision is so big, it's... Make it like that. Okay. Go through here. Hurry up. Whoa. What was it? Wait a second. Hold on. Let me see in here. Well. Wait, why isn't it?
Interface. Let's press Control and Space. And I'm going to create it.
Wait, why? What? On trigger, other actor. I don't think it'd because it's the same string. Interesting. Wait, what's going on? Wait, hold up. Back up. Why are these different colors? Is that because I got them open? Oh, I'm in game mode. Get off game mode. Is he going to say something
under third person blueprints? Right click. Under user interface, select widgets. So user interface.
Oh. There we go. Oh. Content. Third person. Blueprints. Oh, where did he go for that? Oh, right here. Widget blueprint.
Faces in a reel are called widgets. And I'm going to select user widget under common. Now it's going to ask me to name this widget. I'm going to call this one win screen widget. And then double click to go inside of it. So this will be very brief. It's not a proper introduction to the widget editor, since all I want is a little bit of text that will come up once we do beat the game. So to begin, in the palette, I'm going to type in canvas and drag in canvas into my graph. Let go.
Okay.
The green outline is essentially our window. Now I'm going to type in text and drag in text into my graph. So I want to center my text. That's what's in the middle of my screen. And then in the details panel, let's go change the text to you.
Context. Okay. A lot of information he's thrown at. I feel like this section should have been in separate sections. You kind of went all in one go through. Okay.
One, the game, exclamation points. Also under appearance, click on the font drop down. And
why is it doing that? Huh?
Increase the size. So the text is very noticeable. I'm actually going to decrease it just a little bit more. Is that the origins? And I want to move this flower icon into the middle of the screen. That's how my text is anchored. So,
there we go. One of my first game.
My text will always be in the middle of the screen, no matter the size of my window. So press compile and let's save everything.
Am I messing with it? Wait, that doesn't look good. Look at the thing on the right side.
A proper windscreen.
Okay.
Screen, no matter the size of my window. So press compile and
does that have to be on
save everything. Now
guess
jump back into game app, and I'm going to delete this print screen. So now we have a
go back to the map.
Proper windscreen. Drag from here and create a widget.
Create a widget.
Of course, the widget we're going to create is the one that we just made, so windscreen widget. And drag from here, then add to viewport. Since by default, it will be hidden.
Okay, and then add to to... Add to... Ah, so you have... Oh, okay, I'm gonna... Okay, boom, boom, bing, bing. Gotta really do that. You gotta really drag out the nodes and then... Oh, that's... Okay.
We need to show it. So now, if I play my game, go around my obstacle course, and I...
Play. What? Oh, save. Compile? Wait, error. Oh, that's right. Boom. Thank you for letting me know. Boom, boom. And then boom. Okay, let's go. Oh, that's right. No, I lost my own game. Let's go. No! I had a feeling. I need to go right to the start. There we go. Oh, there... This collision is not good when it's scaled up like this. I must have did something. Okay, so you won my first game. Does it say there? That's so cool. That's huge. Okay.
I collide with the collision of my statue. We see that I just won the game.
Yeah, okay.
And congratulations, you just made your first video game in Unreal Engine 5. While it's not the best, hopefully you can learn the very basics to programming using blueprints. Real quickly, let's fix the game so our player can't run around the obstacle course. So press Shift 2 to go back into landscape editing mode, select flatten, and flatten it out so...
Okay, he's doing it like that. I thought he was going to build...
Player
I'm not going to do that. I like
or
this.
one way to go to get to the statue.
Because I don't want to just deform this terrain. If he was going to build stuff...
all the obstacles,
move.
Hold down Alt, and I'm going to rotate them around and move them like this. So there are multiple objects the player has to dodge. And I'm going to delete one of the obstacles in the middle to make our game a little bit easier. And move the player start. Since I never press play, I just get dropped from the play space. Move the player start so it's resting on top of the landscape. Display. And now the goal is to try to make it past all the obstacles and not get hit. And at the very end, we see you won the game when I get to the statue. Now at this point, we have all the knowledge needed to create this beautiful castle environment you see right here. In this last chapter, I will walk through the entire process. We will start off by sculpting and painting the landscape. And then we will move on to creating the castle using modular assets. Finally, we'll paint trees and foliage, and at the end, add a third-person character to our world so the player can walk around our finished environment. While you can follow this tutorial exactly, I highly encourage you to experiment and create your own unique environment. Use this video as a reference and veer off the path to make this world your own. Since after all, you are not creating my environment, you're creating your own one. But before we can do that, a quick word from our sponsor. Just kidding, we don't have a sponsor, but if you do want to support the channel, then you can check out the Unreal Masterclass. The Masterclass is an expanding collection of exclusive tutorials and lessons for Unreal Engine 5. In it, we take an even deeper dive into Unreal, going over animation, architectural visualization, advanced blueprints, how to create a game completely from scratch, and much more. Another way to support this channel is by subscribing and sharing this video, because I have a lot more free tutorials and assets planned for the future. So,
well, that's nice. I appreciate that. Okay. A lot of stuff that we went through, materials, models, how to import our own textures, how to use the textures, how to add stuff through here, how to edit stuff in the blueprints to add like 3D models, have these like 3D models actually move and do stuff, which is interesting because that's something I wanted to figure out, maybe in a different video, is how do you do custom objects? How do you import that in? Because he made a cylinder and we added a collision around that. We didn't actually import an object that way. I guess we could just make it a blueprint. I forget if he said that or not. But if we go into our official game level, which what we did was just landscape underscore example, duplicated, and then officially made it into a level. Now, he wants to do, which is something, because technically we've finished tutorial of like going through, but I want to fully finish it and add stuff around here. He wants to do a castle.
Double click to open up Unreal Engine, and in the project browser, let's select games. And for a template, I'm going to select third person. So third person will have a bunch of assets already loaded up in our project. The reason why is because I want to use the mannequin right here as a human reference to help us with scale and to make sure that our environment isn't too big or too small. Now for project location, that's correct. I just want to save this onto my desktop. And for the name, let's call this one Castle Environment.
I think I had it close, if not right. Swamp Environment.
Now, I don't need the starter content, and I don't need ray tracing, so let's press Create. The reason why is because we already have some content we're going to use in the starter assets we downloaded.
Okay. Yeah,
so if you haven't downloaded the assets already, there's a link in the description below. This is what you will
which one
you'll see in a brand new project with a third-person template.
Oh, yeah, it's this
Down here,
one.
New plugins are available.
Man. Yeah.
Dismiss that and select update. So this is a very simple map. If I press play, we automatically spawn in as our character. Reminder to move around, it's the WASD keys, and you can press space to jump. So pretty simple.
Nice.
Now I don't want to use a third-person template map right here. I want to create a new map completely from scratch. So we're not going to go to File and select New Level and then use a template. Instead, I'm going to create a map through the content browser. So right-click on Content and create a brand new folder. Call this folder Maps. And within here, right-click, New Level, and this one will be, as you can probably guess, Castle Environment. So double-click to go inside of here, and now we're inside a completely blank Unreal level. So before we do anything, let's create a landscape. Come up to Select, Landscape, and it's going to automatically use the New tool. I'm going to keep everything as default and press Create.
Awesome. Okay, so save, go in. Oh, there we go. Okay, okay. And then keep everything the same. Create. Okay. Gonna take a second. Also got some vegetable beef. Ooh, nice and cozy.
Oh, we can't see the landscape because we need
That's
to add
probably
in
one of
a
the best
directional
analogies
light.
to that.
Go to lights, directional light,
Oh,
drag
okay.
it in.
Okay. Directional light. And then Alt-C? Or what was it? Alt... Is that right? Or is that the other one?
And now we need a sky. So let's go to Visual Effects, Sky now.
Was I wrong about that? I'll check this out first. Sky. Okay. Am I crazy here? I mean, it's cool. This is... Oh, does it save for settings from the last one?
And add in a
Unintentionally?
cube. So let's add in a cube right there.
Okay. Does it just rotate? Oh, it's just rotate for this one. Oh, it's the other one. Okay. Oh. Crap, I thought it was this one. That's okay. We tried. And we got there.
And I think right now is a good time to bring in a human reference. I like to bring in a human reference as soon as possible to make sure everything is scaled correctly. So go into Characters, Mannequins, Meshes, and...
Characters, mannequins. Third person. Oh, no. Characters, mannequins.
We can drag in any of these. I'm going to drag in SKM_Manny for our human reference.
Did he do simple? No, it's SKM. Okay, let's make sure. So, boom. There he is. Oh. We'll get two because it's always good to have a buddy. Oh, well.
Now,
I don't know if the same thing
zoom
for
in
here.
on the shadows. Obviously, we need a little bit of a bluish tint from our sky, and that is where the skylight will come in. So hopefully by now, if you have watched the tutorial, then you are pretty familiar with this lighting setup. So
Yes.
select the
Are we gonna
skylight, and
bake
because
it?
we're using
Or
a
reflect
sky
it, or
atmosphere,
whatever?
I want the skylight to have real-time capture turned on and set to
Okay. Real-time capture set to on, right?
movable, and have our directional light also be set to movable. And
Okay. Movable. They say skylights. I mean, I'm just gonna make them all movable. I mean, hey, why not, right? Okay, they're good. They're movable.
congratulations, you are basically done with the lighting and outdoor scene. There is one last step we can do, and that is to get rid of this black void that's
Which
in
is
the bottom
fog.
half of my world. We're gonna hide that by adding in exponential high fog, like that.
Yeah.
So
Let's
lighting
go.
in Unreal Engine.
This is actually, this is like the awesome moments where you feel it just instinctually come to you. Just like, oh, and you know you're ready for the next big bite of whatever knowledge. Whew. And that's gonna be like that too, baby. Whew.
Has pretty much never been easier. Another thing I'm going to do to prevent my camera from getting brighter and darker is to, of course,
I knew I was gonna add it already, but I waited out just in case. I was gonna say it. Because I thought that he was going to go for post-processing. Because I was like, wait, it's auto-adjusting. But no, he was like, oh. I'm going for this. He's got to hit me with a curveball. There it is. Post-processing volume. I'm going right over it. Then exposure. Meteor mode. Manual. This one?
Volumes, post-process
Let me
volume.
see.
Add that in. Go to exposure, and we're going to set that to manual. It's not making effect right now because if I go into my post-process volume...
Well, that's... Oh, it always gets me. Oh, God, that... I completely forgot. I'm trying to, like, look for it. Ah, there it is. Jesus. I'm like... Oh, man. Crap. Look at this. Something I should know, but that's okay. That's alright. That's good, because each time that happens, I'm going to remember even more.
Affects my camera, but if I go out, it doesn't. So I need to make sure that my post-process volume has infinite extent unbound turned on. And with exposure compensation, bring this up from 1
right,
to
though, on that.
11. Or we can even leave it at 10.5 for now, but we will be...
Let's 10.6. We got the eye. I got the dev eye, baby.
Changing the exposure compensation throughout the rest of this video, since I think it's very helpful to see what our world looks like using different post-process settings.
It's like...
And one last thing we can do.
Those are the moments where you flick through the book, and you're like, wait, I landed on a page. The teacher said, I am God.
That I personally like to add to all my worlds, but it's entirely up to you, is to add in clouds. So come to add, visual effects, and drag in volume.
Yeah, that's right.
Metric clouds, just like that. And at this point, we are pretty much done with the lighting portion. I'd say about 80% of outdoor scenes are simply lit this way. So you have your sunlight, skylight, and exponential height fog. Of course, you need your skylight. That's how we get our blue sky. And maybe, optionally, we get clouds. So with all of that, you're able to quickly light an outdoor scene very easily. And a post-process volume, which we will be controlling our exposure compensation. Now, as a reminder, you can move the directional light by clicking on it and rotating it around, or as a shortcut, you can hold down Control and L to...
Why did I think it was Alt C? No, what is Alt C? I feel like Alt C was... Oh. No, what? That's V. Oh, man. That's okay. It's the same thing with the German language. It's like, it's that word that I just, like, misremember a little bit. It's like, oh, come on. I know it, but it's just like, it's right there. That's okay, though.
Rotate it that way. So by no means is the lighting of our world final. We're going to continually jump back to these actors and change the property to see what settings and options.
I'm so eager now. Nice. I feel it.
I think it's time now to handle the landscape, since obviously landscapes won't look like this. There'll be grass, dirt, cliffs.
What?
And so on. So we can get a nice landscape material I've already created from the downloadable asset pack. So let's move this to the side. And here is the downloadable content. So make sure you do download this because you will need the assets to follow along with the rest of the tutorial. So double click to open it up. Yes. Intro Unreal 5. And it's the castle assets. So I'm going to drag it onto my desktop to unzip it. This folder is an Unreal project that contains all the assets I want to use. So of course I need to migrate those assets into my main project. So let's open up castle asset. And here we have some assets we're going to use.
Now let's see what he wants.
We're going to use to create our castles. So of course, we have all of our castle static meshes. We even have some mountain meshes that we're going to place in the background. But we're not going to go over these static meshes just yet, since what I want to use is the landscape material. So jump into castle assets, landscapes, and it's m_landscape instance. So let's migrate all these assets into our main project. So,
okay.
So press Control Space and right click on castle assets, select migrate, and make sure.
Castle assets. That's right. It's just the button called migrate. Hey, there it is. Hey, there it is. Okay, so that's how you do it. Interesting. Or like that. I remember how you do it, but it's just like, okay, so migrate. It just feels different than going in Blender and clicking a button called a pen. It's like right click right here type situation.
Sure everything is selected, so everything's looking correct, and then select OK.
Yes.
Now it's going to ask
I
for a
didn't do that, but
destination
I would
folder.
assume.
We can find the destination
We'll find
folder
it real quick
by
if it's
manually
not.
going to our desktop and into our project's content folder, or I can press Control Space in our main project, right click on content, go to Show and Explore, and then copy the location of the content folder.
Oh yeah.
And paste its location right there like that, and select it. So all these assets have been copied over to Castle environment. Now we no longer need this project. I can exit out. And in Castle assets, we have everything. So jump into Maps, Overview, and here was that exact map we were just on. But now it's in our main project. Also, whenever we exit out of our project and open it back up, let's go into Maps, our main environment right here, Castle environment, to be the map that's opened. So to help us save time, so we don't always have to navigate to Castle environment to open it.
Castle.
Open it up. I can go.
Whoa.
Go to Project Settings, and within Maps and Modes, under Editor Startup Map, select
Maps and Modes to Swamp Environment.
Select Castle Environment. So now whenever we open up our project, our main map will be the one that's opened.
Editor
so let's jump back into
game
Castle Environment.
Okay. So no save.
And add m_landscape instance.
Yeah, so that's right. So he was talking about the map that we created. That's what's up.
To our landscape. Now I can't just drag it onto our landscape. Instead, I'm going to select the landscape and make sure landscape material slot is visible right there. And then drag m_landscape instance onto it like that. Now our landscape is complete.
Wrong one. Whoops. Pretty clear. Clear? Clear. I'm looking at world settings. That's why, because I opened it up. Landscape material. There. I was wondering why that looked a little weird. Like, that felt foreign to me. Watch, still not going to work. Oh, no. It is.
Completely black, but that's expected. Jump into landscape mode and select paint. And I want to assign auto material to my entire landscape.
Paint. Oh, okay. Auto material.
So click on the plus icon and select weight blended layer normal. Now it's going to create a landscape layer. We can save it at the default folder that they have.
Okay.
Save and save everything. So now we have grass on our landscape.
And save
what's
everything.
Neat about this material is that if we start sculpting, we can see that as I sculpt, our materials naturally transition. So we go from grass at the top to cliff at very sharp angles, and then back to grass. So it just adds an extra layer of realism.
That's an extra layer of you don't have to do work. That's what that is. Whoa. I need to figure that out. That's something that's going to be hopefully common. But how much? That's mainly on dirt, though, right? I don't know. I guess I'll figure it out.
Material is
procedural buildings.
Very similar to the auto material that you can see on my channel. I have an entire video that takes a deep dive into all the settings of this material. But really quickly, I'm going to go over them. That's so you know exactly how to use this material. So let's go open up this material instance. And we can see that we have just a bunch of different settings. So
I'm just okay.
I'm gonna undock the details panel to make it
looks
easier
like the
for
normal
us,
stuff, but
and
with a
move
little
it off
extra.
to the right side. Now to begin, you'll notice that a lot of these parameters are actually repeating. That's because each of these different materials, so D_material, C, B, and A, all share basically the exact same parameters, which control the look of specific layers. So A material is the grass layer, B is the cliff, C is mud, and D is basically dry soil, which we're going to use as a trail. And E is something customizable, where if you really want, let's say, snow, then you could go into bridge and then plug those textures up right here. We're not just limited to the auto material. We can manually paint in grass or cliff wherever we want. So jumping back to landscape mode, paint. Let's say maybe I don't want
the second one.
Cliff right here.
Yeah.
I could paint in grass. So let me create weight blended layer normals for all the material layers.
Okay, let me do that too. Which the button goes from highlighted white to grayed out, letting you know, and also goes from none to weighted layer.
There's right here.
No height.
Up to D, since we don't need E and no height map. And then
Save.
select A. So I can paint away the cliff right there, then manually tell Unreal where I want my
That's so
cliff
cool.
and grass textures. I can also go in with mud, and we're going to use this when we add water into my landscape in just a bit. Also, we have material D, which we're going to use as a trail. So again, this material is insanely customizable. So if you don't like these textures, or you want a new material, then you could go in and edit them. So let's begin with what albedo controls do.
I actually really like this texture.
So albedo controls function the exact same way that they do for our pixel bridge assets. So we could boost the saturation up and make the landscape grass really saturated, or
is that
boost the brightness or decrease the brightness right there. We can also increase and decrease the contrast of the texture. Below that is tint. It's just to give a different colored overlay. So if I want to make my grass a little bit reddish, I can add the tint right there. And then we have normal strength. Of course, this controls the normal map, so let me find a good angle, increase it, have a much more intense normals, so there's more depth and shadows, or decrease it, and we have no shadows. So I'm just gonna leave it as default of 1. That roughness, as you can guess, controls how rough the landscape is. And then spec strength controls the specularity. Now, generally, I like to keep this really low, because if we do have a very specular landscape, for example, let's make this 3, then our landscape looks more like plastic than something you would stand on. So
wait,
we'll leave that at 0.1.
Why? That's funny because the Saints Row remastered version looks like that, so they purposely did that.
Then we have distance blending. So right now,
or maybe not, because they try to do stuff like this, but then was bad at it.
We have a certain tiling amount, so this is what the size looks like when the camera's up close to it. But if we go away, then we transition to a lot less tiling, where the texture size is a lot larger. So zooming in, it gets smaller, and far away, it's a lot larger. That is just one method we're going to use to hide the texture repetition.
There it is. Okay, that's what we needed in the other map.
And we can turn it on and off right.
Distance blend.
Here. So here is what it looks like with distance blending turned on. And then here's what it looks like without distance blending. So this is with and without. So distance blending is a great way to hide texture repetition.
That's pretty insane.
And we have mask. So mask, if I turn that on, basically switches out our texture right here. So if I have this unchecked, then we're using a roughness. Or if I want to use a mask texture, then I'm going to select it right there. But since all my textures are just using roughness, I'm going to have that unchecked. And then we have size and size far. So size far, as you can guess, controls the tiling for the far away map. And size A controls the tiling.
Went from a very big map to a very small map.
And we have start offset and blend fall off, which control where the distance blending starts. So maybe you want the distance blending to start a lot closer up to the camera. Then we could change start offset from 3800 to 380 centimeters. So now it's a lot closer, but I'm gonna leave that where it's pretty far away. And these same parameters function exactly alike for the rest of my material. So B material, C material, and D material. Although B material does have something a little bit different, and that is down here we have B_material triplanar. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna create a very steep slope. Go to flatten, increase the brush right there.
Okay.
And create a steep slope. Also maybe add just a little bit of smoothing to smooth out. I'm gonna press Alt and 3 to go into unlit mode. And here is what our cliff looks like with triplanar. And here's what it looks like without triplanar. So especially right here, our texture is very stretched. But then if we add triplanar, then the texture is fixed and it's normal. So that's why we're using triplanar on B material, because odds are it's this material right here that's going to be on really sharp edges, since it's the cliff material. So hopefully with all that knowledge, you're able to control and create your landscape exactly the way that you want. Again, on my channel, there's an entire video that takes a deeper dive into all these settings. So I'm going to exit out of my material instance and paint. I think that was a good explanation on that. On our landscape. So the way I recommend that you create environments is that you first handle the really large detail first. For example, your landscapes and your mountains. And then once you get the correct form down, then you can move on to your medium detail, which is the trees and the castle. And finally, when you like how those look, move down to the really, really small detail, like your grass, pebbles, and shrubs.
Yeah.
That's the best way to create large environments in Unreal, because let's say, for example, you spend a lot of time sculpting a mountain, and then you also spend a lot of time adding meshes, trees, houses to that mountain, but then you decide that you don't like the fundamental way that the mountain looks, then you're going to have to go all the way back to the beginning, which is sculpting it. So it's best to make sure that you like your environment before adding in small details.
Blender.
So it's going to sculpt and increase the brush size with the right bracket key until it's pretty large. And what I'm going to do is go around the perimeter of my landscape and then just add in random hills. So some perimeters like this.
Okay, well, he was explaining, but was doing so much, I was waiting until he kind of got to a point so I could like start kicking in and doing my stuff. But he kind of like just kept going and stringing that stuff together, which is not bad. It's just I kind of want to like not get too far behind here. Oh wow, yeah, I see it kicking in. That's cool. That's super cool. So I do want to do a swamp idea still. Okay, then let's go up. Oh, that's so cool. Maybe something like that. Then increase a brush. Okay. Oh wow, all that texturing is done for us. That helps so much. I want to do it like this. We could flatten, but I want to kind of smooth it out. That looks a little too smooth. Actually, maybe actually the whole texture works so well. I kind of don't want to smooth that out too much because it smooths out the texture. But this stuff I do want to. Gotta see the height. Flatten. Smooth out. Smooth out. Out. And then increase.
It's a ninja, professional soldier, specializing in espionage and assassination.
They kind of go into a little sharpness.
Worst bastards the world's ever known. It's a common misunderstanding that the ninja were all evil, but not accurate. Well, they still kill people.
Boom. Down even more. Smooth. Okay. Smooth a little bit here. Increase. Increase. Go up. Okay. Smooth it out. I'll most likely get like a generated map of some kind of terrain. Make it a little bit more realistic. Or get a map or terrain generator, but I'm just want to mark it like this. Actually, yeah, I want to do it like that. Yeah. And then bring it up even more so it shows the rocks. The rock? Yes, he's here. He's everywhere. Okay. Smooth. Smooth. Smooth, smooth. Sculpt. Smooth. Smooth. Wait, which one is it? Oh, no, I kind of wanted to do that, but... Actually, I will. I wanted to do this bump. Okay, I'll flip it more. Just a few taps. A few taps. And then sculpt. That. I kind of want this type of mountain range here, and then that extra mountain range behind it. Oh, they mean to flatten. Flattening the whole time. And I think that would give the illusion of, like, extra depth. Like, oh, yeah, the mountain's over there. Because I see this one and this one so close. So seeing that at that distance, that's definitely got to be a little bit... taller. Like the actual mountain, not this. Let's go. Oh, let's go. Go down. Sometimes that doesn't automatically do that. Something like that. Do something like this. Sorry, I'm not talking much. I'm like getting that art creative side out of me, where it's just like I'm just drawing, painting. I wasn't really trusting this process, but now doing it like this with an extra sculpt looks so much better. Because I'm thinking how this area is going to be, and it wouldn't be this mountainy. It would have some flat areas. Thinking of the story behind this area. Gotta get the pop voice going here. 100%. I gotta get it knocked down. I gotta get that going. Some ASMR. Oh. Because it's like settlement fell over time, built up. Now there's another layer. So as we... I can't... I need to listen to him and just do his voice. But it's like... Yeah. Ooh, that looks really good. This is not a bad like multiplayer map too. I mean, maybe it would be like, maybe this would have to be shaped up a little bit to be a good, not one-sided map, unless you kind of spawn them there, spawn them there. You connect it. Because this is also helping me figure out where I'm going to place all the castle stuff. Funny enough. This is going to get up a little bit. There we go. A little. And smooth. Oh, that's sculpt. Smooth. Actually, smooth would... Okay, that's right. That's right. Smooth is really good for that stuff. That looks real good. Because the player... This is actually huge. Oh. We lost a player. The player's down. I'm in landscape mode. Select. All this stuff. Move it up, and then press the N key. This stuff is still kind of like this, but that's okay. I want to see it like this, though. Oh, slow down. Why is it not... Slow down. Does it not always do that? It doesn't, that's weird. It doesn't always slow down. But also, my guy's not all at the... Oh no, is that the collision? It is. Oh man. It's because of the map size, I think. It's a little too much detail. I mean, this is not bad. I still think of myself like, oh, it's like the ugly phase type thing. But no, stuck with it, and now imagine like all the trees to hide all this stuff as well. And plus, finer details of technically painting. Because that was auto, but I mean, I think everything's good, except like making paths, which I don't know exactly where. I mean, actually, I just had an idea. For like a little story. This better be what I think it is. Oh, there it is. That's a little too... Move your player down in the TP character. Also, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Yes. Trying to find this path here. That would be a different texture. That's not bad, though. No, that's not bad, because this would be like the underneath texture that would show up a little bit if I'm going to replace it with like another dirt. Because this has rocks and stuff in it, so it will be dirty, like rocky underneath. You'll see a little bit, some dirt, so it's a nice little mix. So I'm thinking it's just like a little pathway of like people going over here, maybe like a little... Actually, this will be an overgrown spot, but maybe I thought of a little spot where people go to, kind of hang out. We'll have some stuff around. I watch this all night. I appreciate you very much. Oh. There we go. Get that working. A little too sharp. I mean, it kind of works, because what I'm getting at is, realistically, the plants, like, our minds are so tuned to that stuff. It's not like, it's almost like we're in the wilderness for millions of years or whatever, you know? It's like, Jesus Christ. But it's kind of crazy, but then thinking of, like, we still have that eye for it where even if you don't know what you're looking at, you still tell it's kind of wrong. It's like, that wouldn't be dirt. You would want to place grass over it like this because it looks more realistic, because grass would grow like that. But if this is like more dirty, I'm feeling like maybe a little rocks collapsed, came down. This is still a little alive, but like something happened here, and I probably will have something here, and this is like deader. And then it kind of gets more green. That kind of really. But this also could be a mining location as well. Because, like, that dirt patch right there wouldn't really work, because it would eventually... Because I'm thinking of, like... I'm basically aging this. Like how you would fake age a real-life object. Because the grass would eventually die. But I wanted to kind of show it at this stage. This stuff. I mean, this is overly detailed for like... Not overly detailed, because this is the main area. This is just in case I want to move around, I can see stuff over here. Like, that's sight lines. And also imagine, like, if this is an FPS game, how much that matters when you really think about it. And how much devs taken care to figure... Well, not much nowadays, it seems. But especially back in the day on the Call of Duty maps, CSGO maps, you really see the sight lines and see just how different maps are made. And how people take certain care, that's a better word, certain care of the sightlines. Where you get more people take care of, oh, this is definitely a spot. Take care of people, like, they're a gamer. Gamers know what that feels like, so they place that feeling. And they're like, okay, I would be able to, like, spawn kill this dude. Like, that's the thought. Like, that's legit it. Also, Lucas, is that how you say it? Yo, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you enjoyed your stay and hope you had a great day. Thank you. Also, sorry, I'm terrible with names. But that means so much. Thank you. Also, hope you're having a great holiday. It's almost like a heart. What type of game you're looking to make? That's a great question. That's a great question. Trying to get this. Hold up. I have a tablet. This is where this would probably work with the pen. So because I'm clicking and letting go real fast, which is creating that fall off versus just like that versus just like that. That's how you can kind of fake the fall off without having a pen. Oh, like this, yeah. A little bit to the sides. A little sparse. It kind of looks like a lot, but grass is a little faded because it's a little dead. It's not fully dead, just a little dead. Maybe it's getting a little bit more sparsed out because now it's getting out more in the open. There's more greenery, and also thinking about this is kind of what this technically wouldn't be that realistic. Now think about it, because water would fall down, and this would be like that. But it shows that this gets moved around a lot. But games-wise, there's so much. Also, sorry, I'm also tired. I haven't slept. Wait, where did that go? I just realized something. Okay, cool. I haven't slept since 5 yesterday morning, but I'm okay because I wanted to do this. But it's just my memory and everything is my speech is going to be slower than normally it is in my process of thinking. But the games I'm already creating a few different games. I just only realized because my whole life I've been wanting to be a game developer, and like I've always, with all my friends, talked about, imagine, and before there was VR, imagine the Kinect, because Kinect came out. Imagine the next Call of Duty game. I bet it's going to have the Kinect, because the Kinect just came out, and they're going to have it where we're going to be able to shoot each other while tracking the arms. I remember that conversation in elementary school, sitting in the bus talking to a friend about that. And he was talking about like same stuff too. He's more green now that I think about it, but it's like he also, funny enough, had the same mindset. So if minds think alike type of stuff. So I'm currently working on creating game novels, or novels for the games I want to create, on the characters and or the situations. Then basically most likely we'll do a script, if not use some of the novel to fill in as like the scripting and all that type of stuff. Because I'm full on creating ideas on notepads and stuff. I got legitimately 6 games separate. Phone game, I got 2 phone game ideas. One can be PC, but one of them I want to specifically be phone, because phone games have been garbage for way too long. And they shouldn't be this garbage, but they are. And that's something I want to fix by helping, which is easy because what I want to create is going to be like, well, there's 2 different games. One's more of an original. The second one is more like a remaster of an old browser game called Mud & Blood. But mine, funny enough, that's already made on PC. Someone actually already is doing that, but it's on PC, and it's way different looking than I want it to be. So I was like, you know what? I still want to do that. Because I kind of got discouraged, like, oh, someone's already doing it. But it's like, bro, someone already made an FPS game, and then someone made Battlefield. Someone already made an FPS game, Battlefield, and someone made BattleBit. Someone already made Battlefield, and someone made Squad. Don't limit yourself. And that's like, that's right. Don't do that. So I'm going to create it, and still continue with those ideas, because I got better. Because when I played the browser games, I had all these ideas and all that stuff. Now I can put them to use. And do all that stuff. Also, look how good this is looking. How to use the table? You talking about this? Sorry, I was like kind of talking about a few different things there. But yeah. So, and then also, not only that I'm creating, but I'm also going to be getting a group of devs together that have like-minded type of enthusiasm. And we're not going to be creating my games, like only mine. We're going to be creating our games, which means we're going to be doing many. Like I have that ambition, which is basically that horror game studio, which started off as one guy, which I'm pretty sure now is actually a team, because of just how cool and actually good storyline the games are, and they don't just have shock value to them. Fun games, different games each time too. Each game is a different mechanics each time, and to have that, we should be having like non-stop, and it just infuriates me. And plus, that person who can't be bought, I'm not going to get no 10-cent crap. Hate all that crap too. Hate corporate crap. So I'm going to have that stuff on lock, baby, until I die, of course, because that's when I can't really help too much. But that is in the future, and that's just how determined I am on that. So I'm super, because I just finished this tutorial and we're just doing this. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? And then also, funny thing, I mean, also I believe in a one-man dev team, rocking it out. I feel like something right here. Because this also reminds me of Men of War Assault Squad 2's engine. with like its painting and everything, but just like on steroids, which is why I'm having like, no, not only why, I'm having fun regardless, but like I'm having even more fun because it's like, this is so awesome. Look at that, that's not bad. And then maybe that could be the cabin spot over there. Maybe we could still introduce the cabin, you know what I mean? Why limit ourselves? I feel like just a little... Give it a more general... Yeah, I like that. I kind of want to do it fully over here. Shows history of a lot of mining. Yeah, a lot of foot traffic. Awesome. So I think, okay, so we got our map. And then we go out a little bit more, and that's like the kind of the edge of the map here. Which we go down to the scale of the player. That's what we would be seeing. Actually, can I? No, I can. What am I doing? Oh. Duh, I can go in player mode. Yeah. This is legit the width that I wanted. Because I'm going to be adding another layers on the outside and probably layers above. So just wide enough where there's just that little lightness. Just like that little merge that you wouldn't have if you didn't have this here. And then I can walk around and be like, explore a little bit, or the player could... Also got a crazy idea. One day you guys can walk in my sweaty warehouse that I'm building in-game and stuff like this, and you'll be able to like walk around and see all that stuff. That's very early on talk, but... very possible, and probably very easy for me to do once I understand everything. I just don't know that stuff yet. Oh, this is not bad. Okay. I just wanted to see this. This was something I was worried about. Because, like, above, the grass kind of blends in and makes it look smaller. Well, which is funny enough. Or bigger, because, that's... I just forgot about it. That's actually how the texture works. No wonder it's doing that. Wow. Actually, wow, I really like this. They went through the ugly phase, and I was... Oh, man, it's each time. You know what's a funny thing about... It's not always a thing, but it's like in situations like this, art-wise, like this, it's like I feel, it's like not gonna pan out, but it just does. It's so weird. Such a weird feeling, because like I feel so confident that I know it's not going to, but it's weird because I also know that it's also like really good. Like this by itself is like I'm kind of tripping out over here just how good this is, because I thought this would be way worse. That's a little bit funky. That's okay though, because we can like dig in. Because I meant to actually do a little bit on the edge. I thought I was a little closer to the edge here. It's like, wow, look how good that is. Oh, yo, this is crazy. I'm so happy that he allows us to, like, just get this, because I'm going to kind of snag this and probably use it for a lot of other stuff. But it's like, that's not... It's like, where did he get this? You know what I mean? He got it from someone else. And where did that person get it from someone else? And where did that eventually lead to? The Unreal developer telling someone how to do it. So it's like... That type of situation. Oh, okay, yeah, this is nice. Wow. Wow. And that's all, like, this is what I love about art. It's like, it just came out of nowhere. Like, I didn't really think about this. I was just drawing. And that's how I mainly do art. Especially my, my art right here. That's me. Abstract art. You can probably see similarities in it. And how I draw and all that stuff. Which, funny enough, works out really well in this. That works so well. I can go over here and do all... Actually, where is it? Do all that stuff. Oh no, the player spawns in a default position. Player start. Oh, look at that! Look at that! I'm happy. And I just deleted it. Because I was like, wait, is this where it is? This is the player start. So I want the player to start each time. And I can move this to each spot. But seeing this works. I can tell. It looks a little spacious, but that's going to have a lot of building stuff to it. That might be the main ruin area. And this might be just path. Isn't that crazy? Like, oh, wow, that is... This is going to be not the middle area. This is also how I do my novels. I don't start from the beginning. I start from, like, somewhere. And then I just kind of fill it out like this. So this is just going to be pathways. This is where it's going to probably mainly be. Or over there. That's like the two good candidate spots that I want. Maybe here, but that, I mean, it could be two different ones, right? Two different kind of abandoned castles. And then you have the areas that are kind of connecting to it, which is, again, how large this area is. Two connecting castles. This was the trade routes. Boom. There you go. There's the lore for the why it's that type of ground. Instead of just people walking on it, it's because carriages, horses, whatever, was going in between delivering the goods on all that stuff. And then they had other routes too, like other spots around the little spot to maybe do hunting and do other stuff. Make it night, add some fog. Oh. Especially with the trees, with like maybe the moonlight, like the daylight, but maybe have it where it's like moon. Well, I mean, no, that does it automatically, so it'd be moonlight. But I kind of want to fog with the god rays. You know what I mean? Like having that kind of go through, going creepy, having some creepy music. Oh man, I could see that going. Because for the music, also I don't know how loud this will be on stream because this thing is so good on taps. Like if I tap lightly, it will tap lightly. If I tap hard, it would tap, like, as a real piano. It's so weird. It's so trippy. I've never had a thing like this. But, depending on certain music, especially for the certain layouts, like, I feel like probably getting music done first, which is funny enough how Bethesda does it. They get their music done first, and then they build their game, which I think is a very smart thing to do, because it gives you the feeling, the atmosphere of what's going on. And music helps a lot with that. Crap tons.
Hills. And this is a reminder, you're not limited to the current size of your landscape. So if you want to increase the size, then go to Manage and select Add. Now I can click or hold down the left mouse button to add on new components.
Just like that.
To make my landscape even bigger. Before we continue sculpting our landscape,
that's cool. I mean,
it's
this
very
is
essential that we first go over bookmarks.
Like, dog, this is huge.
Because when creating our environments, I recommend that you have one central location. So one point that you're always referencing back to look at your environment. That's how you're able to keep track of all the changes you made. And this is basically going to be our main cinematic shot. So I think right here is a good spot for our main shot, our main camera location. But now there's an issue, that is, whenever I do make an edit, I have to fly all the way over there and then try to eyeball where my camera was originally.
With that, oh man, maybe we have some stuff or actually making some music too on stream.
Come up here and click on the 3-line button, and all the way down here under bookmarks, go to set bookmark, and I'm gonna set this as bookmark 1. Also, the shortcut is wherever you are in your environment, press Control and 1. Now
that's
I can fly around anywhere, and then press the 1 key on my keyboard to snap to that original location. So that's Control and.
I see. Okay. That's good, I guess. No, that is good. So, like, snap it to locations, go around so you don't actually have to go around. Saves you time. Set bookmark. And set bookmark. So it'd be like 1. Oh no, is this the one that I... Oh no, it's 0. Yeah, so 0, 1, 0. And then move. Okay.
and 1 to set a bookmark, and then it's 1 to snap to that bookmark location. And we're not just limited to one bookmark. We have 10 different bookmarks. So for example, I could do Control 2 right here, and all the way over here, I have Control and 3. So now 1, 2, and 3 keys will then snap to the different bookmark locations. And if I ever want to override a bookmark, for example, I don't like the angle or the location of 2, then I can find a new location, press Control 2, and now we have the new bookmark. So let's click on 1, and this is going to be my main shot right here. So press Control and 1 to set that bookmark. So what I want to do is jump back into landscape, sculpt, and on the right side of my main cinematic shot.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's
really
cool.
Tall mountain, which will essentially be.
I mean, I'm already kind of set with that, but I kind of want to see.
And then to the left of that,
this all from the spot and then jump to it, because that's what you can do. It's like
teleport. Some castle ruins will be located.
1.
So go to flatten.
2. 0.
And
I'm here.
Decrease the brush size. Move this out. Then go to smooth and smooth all of this out. So same thing right here.
Oh, I just realized. Oh. So I'm like, wait, he smoothed it and it didn't do that stuff with the grass. Funny enough, it actually worked because... Is it still selected? I don't think so. No, because I was doing B. Like, I remember going back into this and it was still on A. It wasn't on auto material when I was doing the smoothing. Which, funny enough, smoothing with not the auto material on causes you to use that brush when you smooth it, which I don't know if that's intentional or not, but I don't care because I actually liked it and used it, so I could probably, and also kind of like fix it up with my own stuff, so worked out in the end. Bob Ross style.
Going to flatten this entire location and make this terrace.
Let me do this.
Just a little bit taller. Also, give it a sharper slope with the flatten, and that's too sharp, so then smooth it out with the smooth brush. So the vast majority of sculpting in Unreal Engine is alternating between the sculpt brush, smooth brush, and the flatten brush. So that's pretty much all we're going to be doing.
Are you really? Are you sure?
Press 1
yeah,
again.
I just did that.
I'm actually going to angle it.
This would actually be a good multiplayer map.
So behind me,
like a little fun one, and I don't know if it'd be a great one, but it'd be a fun one.
Here. And
so he's just doing that.
I'm gonna get rid of this example sculpt. So go to flatten brush and flatten all of that out.
I don't know if he's gonna like share something like the hot tip.
Auto material and paint over those paint layers. Because I was just using that as an example. So I want several hillsides. So we have one layer of hills in the back. And then
that's where,
another layer of hills. All the way
back your boy's got that locked down.
We just add depth to my environment.
1.
That's how our environment looks like. It's a lot larger than just right here. And another thing I'm going to do is to handle the really, really large details is to go into castle assets, meshes, and drag out these meshes right here, which are our mountains. So by default, I think the mountains are way too large. So the details panel.
What? Jesus Christ, okay. Wait, I don't remember. Is this going? Okay. Oh wait, what was it? Control B? Yes, it was. Control B to go to the location where that object is at. I want this one. And go. Oh my god. Actually, no. It is a god, the mountain. No. It's a small mountain. I think I might just scale it. I think I scaled it on one axis by accident. When I could just... Well, it's not... Well, that's location. 0.1. 0.1.
I'm going to decrease it by 0.5. So I need to type 0.5 in X, 0.5 in Y, and then 0.5 again in Z, or a shortcut. I'm going to press Ctrl Z to undo all that, is to select this lock icon. So now whenever I make a change in the X, Y, or Z axis, the change is going to be shared between them. So now if I press 0.5, they all get 0.5. So that's a nice shortcut. Let's go move.
They're too icy.
All of them right here. Bring this down. And try to find some good angles for these meshes. So these are just background meshes. Of course, the player would probably never be on top of the mountains. It's just a good way to add scale to the environment without actually creating an entirely new landscape and then going through and having to sculpt that landscape. Keep in mind that it's...
Okay. So there'd be 0.05. Okay. I wish he said that way sooner in the video. He probably thinks the exact same thing as well. I feel like that's really needed. Because I was like having a fit about that a little bit. A few different times, like, bro, this should be like this. Also, that shouldn't be like that, to be fair. You should just drag over like how Blender does with its nodes, and then do that. You don't have to press a lock button. But, my pet peeve. I like this, though. Oh. Interesting. Interesting. Don't like that. Oh, maybe. At a certain point, you know what I mean? Like, if I need something like that for that type of stuff. Or, like, divides the first one as well by 0.5 or whatever. That's crazy. Okay. How does this look? I could have... I just realized, right? We're supposed to be pressing 1, 2 and stuff, right? But I realized I don't... I don't know where it's gonna be looking. This is more just like kind of the general thing. Okay, yeah, that helps. Okay, so a little bit further away with these guys. I want to keep those 3 closer. The originals. Like that. Actually, maybe. Because this also kind of reminds me of Forge World a little bit. From Halo. Am seeing the same face. That same rotation. This guy's got to move a little bit more because this one's pointing more in this way. Boom. And then I know this one. And right back in the spot. Hey, there we go. I like that. I'll probably adjust it as time goes on with the micro adjustments, but that's a good,
Some points when creating this environment, I'll speed up the video because honestly, there will be a lot of repetition. Since the majority of creating an environment is just sculpting the landscape, painting foliage,
does
and
look like a nice map, though.
And notice how I'm continually pressing 1 and jumping back to my main shot to see how the mountainscape looks. And I think... Hold on, Alt again.
So I probably should have done a 360 right here. And just press 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
It's also a good time to change some of the settings on the exponential high fog.
You know, I could just do it like this,
but I think our world is a little bit too foggy to begin with. So, if you remember,
I feel like mine's not enough.
I'm going to select exponential high fog. If you can't find where it is in our world, then within the outliner, type in exponential, and then it will show up right here.
Yeah.
If I grab the exponential high fog and move it up, we move the fog up, or if I move it down, it goes down. So we're able to control where the fog starts by playing with that object. And for fog height fall off, increase that to 0.3.
Because I do feel like we're in the mountains. Actually, that does. That's like misty. That's like, I think almost identical
fog
to
density.
What I want. Or exactly
also
to what I want.
Slightly decrease that. And move that down.
Or maybe I want to...
I don't like the angle of my sun, so hold down Control and L and rotate it. That's how the shadows are coming across the screen. So we're going from left to right, like here. And another thing I noticed is that it's pretty hard to see how big this hill is. So I'm going to add...
What was it again? Control B. No. Control L. Or... Control L? Yes. Control, hold L. Jesus. Oh. This side looks really good. This side looks not that good. I don't know how that's going to look with extra trees because we're not going to see all that. Except that, really, in the back. But it's like, I don't know what else I'm going to see that's also going to block the vision there.
A character.
If anything.
To make sure the scale is correct. So skm_Manny. And this is way too small. I thought it was a lot bigger. So jump into landscape mode again. Let's sculpt this up a little bit. And I think we're almost there. Flatten it. Give it a sharper edge.
Ooh.
Decrease the brush. And also flatten it over here. Let's see what our main shot looks like. And I'm going to change the angle a little bit. Also, bring down my camera speed. That's us more up. And press Control and 1. So I think this looks good for now. Now let's create a lake. So we're going to create a little bit of a lake right here.
Oh.
And a river that goes in between these two hills and make a little valley. So we're going to...
Okay. It's kind of funny because I already kind of cut it out, right? You think what I'm thinking? Maybe just put it down. Make the lake right here. Go above. Look down on the water. Nice little pond. Go around. It's gonna have some depth, so it's probably like this.
Sculpt. And hold down Shift.
Maybe a little bit closer.
To decrease the space right here. So we carve out an area.
Increase with the brackets. Doesn't work, so then I right-click and
right
click.
there. And I'm actually going to flatten out this entire area over here too. And smooth. Smooth all that out. And now for this location, let's add in the water by going to Castle Assets, Meshes, and it is SM_waterplane. So simply drag that out.
Had a feeling it was that little thing that we saw. This is... Wait. I'm kind of liking this as is. A little too hard on that, though. I don't know why, but I like that. Maybe... something like this. It's a little too... No.
Out. And increase.
Walter. There we go to select. And then we'll bring this up. You just scale it?
To get a lake. So very...
Really? Okay, cool. So that actually scales the texture? Cool. Oh, I just pressed F. Oh, where's the water? SM_waterplane F, which focuses R for enlarge. Oh, it does. Wow. Okay, and then R. Again. There we go. That should be good. Maybe a little bit higher. So R. Scale again. Oh, look at that. That's not too bad. Might even...
Very simple to get water. Now, I know that Unreal Engine 5 technically does have water built in, but as of this Unreal Engine version, which is the first version of UE5, the official water plugin is in beta, and it is pretty glitchy. So instead, we're going to use the traditional way of creating water,
which
is with a simple flat plane that's using a water material.
Oh.
Also, if you don't like the way the water looks, you can open up its material instance and change some of the settings.
Because I don't know how they're going to do it. Well, plugin, that's actually, I didn't know about the plugin. I didn't even know that was a thing. So that's actually new information to me. But Oh my god, this is actually looking really good. Like, wow, look at that shot there. I mean, screw like the castle stuff for you. Wow, that's a beautiful shot.
Briefly go over what some of these parameters do. So first off, of course, we have deep water and shore color. So shore color is going to change the color of the shore, and then deep water is going to change the main color. So maybe you want two different colors.
Yo, that's cool.
For the shore and the deep water. Right here we have opacity, and this controls how opaque the water is.
I was thinking this
So notice I want to
water is a little too clear, or a little too like.
Our water is much more faint.
But it's like, I don't know though.
And then notice how we have a little bit of ripples, and these ripples are being driven by the normal map that's right here. So maybe you don't like the ripples, you want to get rid of them. Then you could go into ripple normal intensity and bring that from 0.5 to 0. So now we have perfectly still water, but I do like a little bit of ripples in there, so I'm going to leave it at 0.5. We can also control how large the ripples are with ripple tiles. So right now it's set to 900, set to 100 for really, really small ripples, or set that to something even larger, or basically waves. But I think the value that I left it right here is pretty good. We can even control how chaotic the ripples are, since right now they're pretty slow. I want them to be slow because I want this thing to be pretty peaceful, but you can increase the speed to 1. Now it is very fast. Personally, I'm not going to change anything because I like the settings as they are right now. So just know that you do have the options to change the way your water looks if you don't like it. We need to make some edits to our landscape right now because our water isn't making that much sense. Our grass is growing underneath the water when it should be muddy. Let's go into landscape paint and finally use the mud.
Wait, that was the mud texture the whole time? Cool. Really? No, I wasn't using it. That's okay.
Mud layer right there. So where there's water, I'm going to paint in mud to help the transition in between the grass and the water. Also, use the flatten brush and sculpt, decrease my brush size with the left bracket key, and I'm going to paint a river in between the two hills. So hold on the left mouse button and paint it like that. The plane isn't big enough, so let's increase that size. And also,
I feel like I'm in Adventure Time.
Go to landscape
but yeah,
mode,
the Z and C.
Increase the size of my brush, that's so I can make the lake bigger.
I like the idea there. It's just,
let's make room for the.
I mean, this is all up to, you know, who. That looks really. To whatever you want, but like, there is a point where you can only go so far of improving your art. Then you get to a point where you're just changing it. He's got like. If I were to change this, I don't think this would look as good. If I kind of had that idea kind of planned out, which he most likely did. Now, I would say yes, he did, because it's a tutorial, and that was not made up right there. So, and he probably did this tutorial multiple times, maybe even that spot multiple times. So for this, plus this is my stuff too, so this is. I like it. I'm content.
The lake over here.
I want to change the textures though, make this like I was already waiting to do that. But for him to do that stuff, that's awesome because now it's done.
Decrease the brush size of the
first layer.
Brush. And create another river.
Because this edge I feel like is or this bottom part I feel like is a little too much.
And then it continues down that way.
Or maybe it's the mud. I think it's the mud's normal. That's reflecting off the sun. That's making it look a little too much.
Move it all out right here on the sides. At this point, I'm fast forwarding just a little bit since all I'm doing is sculpting and painting layers. So I'm making sure that I'm painting mud wherever there's water, and I'm also smoothing out the shoreline. So there isn't as harsh of a transition
really cool
in between the water and the landscape. I'm also moving this hill a little further back to make more room for the valley, and smoothing out my hills so we don't have as sharp of a 90-degree angle on the landscapes, and to keep everything smooth. And since we have made a lot of progress, maybe in the future I might make a really large change, and I don't like that change, so I want to come back to this state of our level. Something I like to do with my environments is press Control and Space. Let's go find out where this map is. Here we have our map, Castle Environment, same map that we currently have open up here, Castle Environment. Let's save everything, and then select Castle Environment, press Control C and Control V to
content. Control C, Control V, backup.
Duplicate that, and I'm gonna call this one Castle Backup 01. So whenever I make large changes,
Okay,
I like to duplicate the map I'm currently editing just to create a backup. In case I make some
I do that all the time.
really big error, I can always go back.
I thought he was going to duplicate the thing and push it down. That's what I that's what I do for my Blender scenes. Is my backups are down, and then once I'm done and I don't need the backups anymore, I just delete them. But I don't think I've ever really deleted them, unless it's like stuff that's truly my way. I just unclick it and it doesn't render and doesn't bother the scene at all, and it's always there for me to look back, even though I never look back at it.
To a previous version of this level. So far, I like
unless
my
I
large
need
details.
to, of course.
The landscape looks good for now, and the mountains look great, so does the river.
Yes.
But there is one last large detail we need to add, and that is some mini mountains or some more hills. That's how the transition in between the sculpted landscape and the mountain isn't as harsh, since there is no mesh in between our main space and the background mountains.
I do feel that. I mean, some of these like that looks really good. That distance, that's a little sharp here.
That I like. So let's go add Quixel Bridge. There's only one asset I want to download right now.
Okay. Wait, why am I not? Wait. There it is. Quixel Bridge. Oh, yeah. Just firewall. What you searching?
And that's under 3D assets. And type in Icelandic Volcano.
Volcano terrain.
And click enter. So it's specifically
Oh.
this one right here. So
Okay, so it doesn't. Okay, good to know. Really? That's crazy. Okay. Volcano. It's this one. Okay, I thought so. Oh, that's what you're...
Icelandic volcano terrain. And this is one of my favorite meshes because I think it's very versatile since it's huge. It's large. It can be used as mountains, hills, just large terrain in general. It adds a lot of detail to the background.
The size.
So
you see this huge block and you see this little pixel, and that's the person.
we could download medium quality, but since this mesh is going to be very large,
Wait, I gotta
I'm gonna
sign
download
in?
this as nanite quality. So do keep in mind that if you are going to download this as nanite, the textures are going to be 8K and there will be a lot of polys, so it's going to take up a lot of space in your project. But since it's already downloaded for me, I'm going to select the add button.
Back in. Just had to sign in and it was just being super funky. But now we're downloading because I want the nanite version. Because it does seem like a good one to use. So we will. Oh, this is nice. Yo, this is actually something that's like
Here we have the Icelandic volcano terrain.
Close Quixel.
So let's exit out of both of these. Let's control and space. Go to.
I like to say, hey, it's huge. And that mountain's over there is like, what do you mean? This looks beautiful though. Wait, we're playing Death Stranding?
Mega scans, 3D assets, volcano terrain, and drag it out. Now I'm gonna scale it up.
Yeah, it's mainly a scaling thing.
And move it off to the side. So I'm gonna scale this up even again, and move it. That's how.
Wait, are you playing
like right there?
Battlefront or Star Wars Battlefront 2?
Just like that, and maybe even scale it down. So let me copy and paste multiple of these, just with different sizes.
See, like those big mountains, I don't know, bruh.
So that we have even more background
meshes. I might think maybe even without this would be okay.
And mountains. So this is why I really like this mesh, is because there's so much
Unless
detail
this would
on
have to be further.
Copy and paste it multiple times, and use it just like how I am using it right here.
I don't know.
Also, I think it's a little bit too dark. So let's open up the material instance.
I don't like it.
Here, grab the details panel. And for albedo tint.
For him, he's got it working. I think for this, it just wouldn't work out too well.
That's how it blends.
Maybe I'll place it here.
And then increase the saturation just a little bit. And right here is the time lapse. for the finish.
Because that's something, it's like, if you're a player and you don't know what's here, then you don't know what this is. But I do, so it's like, kind of hard to not think about that. But that's just... I'll keep it there for now. And then, of course, once I get a fresher mind, I come back in. I want to see how that looks, especially when I do this. Oh, that's right. Alt, drag. Hold Alt down, and then drag your mouse, and then it duplicates. Oh, and look how easy your boy's going in with the moves and everything with the rotates, remember? It just was, like, chunky at the beginning, but here we are. Slowly but surely. Also, I like how I kind of almost created this right here. Not exactly, but it's funny little, symmetries. Okay, so that... Oh, that's cheaty. Me doing this stuff is cheaty, and I love it. Yeah, like hugging... Like, he kind of put it far. I find it maybe kind of hugging. I'm probably going to push that far. I'm doing it. I got to. I'm sorry, but I got to fill this out. It's just... I cannot leave this alone like that. Now, the back, I kind of want to give it a little bit different stuff, but, like... It's just a little bit of those jagged edges that have a completely different type of texture to it.
Finishing touches of our large detail.
Yeah, and what
so
you doing
this
with
is everything
that?
I did before we moved on to the medium detail, which will be our trees and the actual castle.
Yeah,
all I'm doing right now is copying and pasting, moving the same.
I love doing all this, but I really love that part. Also, look at this. Isn't that crazy? I'm tripping. Like, this is crazy. I don't know, like, I'm sorry I keep saying that, but, like, appreciate, like, man, I feel like this is almost a Halo map. Like, I really feel like I'm making a Halo map right now. Which is funny. It's like, it really does feel like Forge, especially with, like, the fog, the water, for Christ's sake. The mountains, the Rocky Mountains, like, that's how they did the map. They're really good developers. They knew how to do map stuff. But it's just like... Of course, this is not just me doing this for the first time. For, like... Years ago, I've also used terrain editors like this. So this is coming from someone who's got a little bit more experience. So don't feel discouraged if yours doesn't look as detailed. Because that doesn't matter, because that's your first steps if it is your first step. Or your 30th step if it is your 30th step. There we go. We're preparing shaders. We're getting in. Ooh, this is so exciting.
Large detail. Specifically cliff meshes. Because right now, our cliffs
look over here too.
Plain. It's just a little bit of a slope with a plain texture that's repeating. So it's not very visually pleasing, and it doesn't really feel like cliffs. And we can fix this by replacing the landscape with static meshes. So we're going to overlay static meshes, which will represent our cliffs. To do so, of course, you could probably guess where we're going to get these meshes, and that is Quixel Bridge.
Yep.
Static meshes I want to use are called Nordic Cliff. So press enter, and it's these really large...
Wait, it always... Each time, for the Quixel Bridge, I've gotten better at it, though. I always... Because there's a plus button there, so, like, I always, for some reason, it's like, oh, plus, boom. But no, this is a bridge. That's probably why they named it the bridge. What would look best for this scene? If that doesn't, then I'll just swap for, like, the smaller stuff, and that won't be a big deal. I probably should have just, oh, there it is. Search for it. Because if this is also going to be good, there is a favorite system in here, and I saw that. Look at it. He loves the Nordic stuff.
Important to know that I decided to download all these static meshes at high quality. Which is not nanite quality.
Oh.
So it doesn't have the detail of nanite. It's also in 4K and on 8K. The reason why I decided to use high quality is simply put memory space.
I was, yeah, because I'm like, wait, why wouldn't you? Because you got to click. Because when you bring it in from nanites, it auto nanites it. But for this is something that you would want to go high quality, and then because you can nanite a low quality item, you can. And foliage now in 5.1, we're still in 5.03. After this tutorial, we'll be upgrading to 5.1. I mean, I think they kind of all are kind of like this beach type of stuff. But it still can work on the side, though. This. How many is he doing?
So we're not adding foliage and small rocks just yet. I'm only adding the very large cliffs to my project. And now that I've added...
I'll try this, because that's another good one. now that he like pointed it out. Download.
All of these cliffs, we can see that we have a lot of new folders under Megascan's 3D assets. As a reminder, if you want to filter for a specific object or asset type within a folder structure, you want to select the folder and click on this button right here, and let's filter for static meshes. So we can see all the meshes we're about to use.
Oh, because it's 3D assets. Okay. Or Megascans. Wait. Megascans has surfaces. Wait, is that just the... Okay, that's right. Okay, that's just that stuff. Okay. I see. So that would be... Because I'm thinking, would I really do that much?
I'm going to exit bridge. Whenever I download a lot of assets, I like to fly off to the side of my world and drag them out just so that I see exactly what meshes we have access to. So go to Megascan, 3D assets, and let's filter for static meshes to see all of them and drag them out into my world. So we have this really large one. I'm going to...
Oh, I see what you said. Okay, okay. Oh. For me, I mean, well, I'm kind of the opposite. Well, I did this in Metaphor 2, where I would just place the objects and then, like, do what he said. Because in there, you don't have no images. It's just words. So I would place them, but then I knew I would use it later, so I would click it and move it later. Boom. 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 Yeah, so, yeah, that's fine with me. I like it. It's like legit playing with Legos. But that's also kind of like, what do you prefer? Kind of having your Lego kind of stuff on the side, do it like that, or like this? I'm kind of like both. So, like that. This. Mossy, 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 and then the rock. Oh, these are, yeah, this is actually a cliff face. Like, that's legit meant for that stuff. Okay, that's good. Legit. Okay, cool.
Meshes doesn't mean we can't use nanite. And I recommend for your majority meshes, if you are able to use nanite, since it gives us more detail, and it's just much more performant than using traditional levels of detail. So select all of them, right?
I was about to say, can I do it in here? Oh, let's go.
And let's...
You can! Ooh, let's go! That's actually really good. Enable. Yeah, so doing static mesh stuff. Oh, this might lag too. They're nanited.
Let's enable nanite. Like that.
Awesome.
And press Ctrl S to save. So now that I see all the different meshes I have, what I'm going to do is select the large ones, hold down Alt, and duplicate them over here to start placing them on my glyph.
I see.
So we have this one right here that I can scale up and simply place it. That's how it's hovering over the cliff like that. Essentially what I'm doing right now is that I'm combining all the different cliff meshes. That's how it makes it look like they're all one cliff mesh and that it's part of the landscape. Do keep in mind that when I'm placing my static meshes, we want to look out for the bottoms of the static meshes. For example, right here, since when they did scan these objects, it took a little bit of the bottom with them. So, for example, right here, we can see that the bottom of the static mesh, which is the mesh's ground floor, is showing. So I can hide that by just increasing the elevation of the landscape a little bit, like that.
There you go.
And also, to hide the ground floor for this mesh, I can scale it in the y-axis a little bit. And position the mesh, so the cliff that's at the bottom is covering the static mesh's holes. Fortunately, the bottom cliff mesh isn't big enough to cover the holes. Here's an example of what I mean. Obviously, this is very unnatural. Cliffs don't do this in real life. So this is why we downloaded the boulders over here. So hold on Alt.
I see. Okay.
Move them over to my cliff area. And with the boulder selected, I can smash them into the wall.
I see.
Here to hide the holes in my cliff. Now I'm repeating the exact same process, but for the rest of the cliff. So wherever there's a slope, I'm going to add the static mesh to that area. Also, keep in mind that because all our meshes are nanite, we pretty much have infinite detail. So that means you can copy and paste as many of these cliffs as you want, without having to worry about performance.
Isn't that amazing? Okay. Is he going to say something crazy?
Of course, the landscape isn't perfectly deforming to the static meshes, so we have to go into landscape editing mode and make some adjustments. Specifically, I'm going to make heavy use of the flatten brush, just to flatten the landscape area.
Yeah, that looks really good when you flattened it. That was really nice.
Says I want there to be cliffs, and then flat landscape after that. Now I'm going to do the same exact process, but for the smaller cliffs to the left of my river. So copy and paste some of the static meshes we've already added to our world and place them onto the smaller ones. Now, do keep in mind that I'm not going over the entire cliff, specifically the back area. I'm only filling in the areas that are seen in my main shot. If you want, you can also add cliffs to the back of the hills, but to save time, I'm only going to be detailing the areas that we see. We're really not doing anything new at this point. Again, the vast majority of environment creation is just copying and pasting meshes around.
Okay.
And since these meshes are already pretty random,
Okay, so he's not, I just want to make sure, because just like the other, like the terrain stuff, he kind of did a bit. I just want to make sure he's not going to say, oh, and then also, just as a little ease thing, here's this at the very last second. Which probably is so going to be something like that. Because I'm pretty sure there's a line to face. There is. Snap to services. Gotta figure that out again. That's some worse. Oh, that's one side. Ooh. Yeah, this is 100% the feel of this terrain area. Because this is the main spot that I'm kind of worried about. Wait, can I just go full? Like that? I can. Also, did I? Oh, I did. Okay. That's okay. Because I didn't alt. But that's right. It's already large for that object, so I don't have to do something with that, so that's good. This does kind of feel like it could be down below. I feel like this. Well, he wasn't snapping it any. He was kind of doing this. It's just he has a wider area to work with than I do over here. I can fill that in. Yeah, I can feel... Oh, probably should do that now so I don't forget. We'll just go in landscape mode. Bring this bad boy up. Get our Bob Ross going. Paints, make sure it's on auto material. Let's go prepare shader, so give it a moment. Something like this. A little smooth. That dark spot there kind of looks like it clips a little bit. We'll see. We can place some rocks on it. Then we got another face. We got one face, which this one I didn't use yet. But I'm also haven't been doing any folder structuring, which is bad. Which I should have been this whole time, even though he's not doing it. Because I do that in Blender. But I'm being lazy with him for now. Which you shouldn't be with this. It's just also your boy's also like in cozy mode right now. I don't know about with this one. I might change the textures on that one. We will see though. And this alt scale. Turn. Then turn again. Oh. Oh. Oh no. There we go. Maybe something like this. Okay. I'm liking that. I'm liking that. Oh. Then we go with this. I was also pressing left click there to like look. Scale up again. That's okay over there. Mainly I should be doing this then. But this cliff, this is an interesting one. This feels like a corner piece. Like a mid piece, but like corner of like that. Like if there was a cliff. Which this is a cliff. So it makes sense why it's looking like that. And with this, turn to its side. Scale her up. Do this. Boom. Bring this bad boy up. Scale him up too. I probably should... Actually, we'll see. We'll see. As I was about to say, I probably should scale these up, or just like duplicate from these first, which I think I'll just duplicate from these first after I scale them, and then use these as maybe like smaller pieces to fill in. Maybe something. I see something here with these rocks. Let's see if I can make it look good. Got an idea in my head. Turn it to like this. Maybe a full turn. A little bit more like that. There we go. Then we get some other pieces there. This would kind of work. Let's test it. Let's see. Actually, we'll just place this here. Man, this stuff is so high quality. It's so nice. It's also good to get practice with these type of high quality objects. Because if you ever do this for like not even mainstream, but like if you're going to work on something that already has assets created and you want to just kind of plug it in, you got to get used to like that stuff. And definitely for me, I'm going to create my own assets and stuff like that, and then also use other people. So I got to get used to that stuff of moving any type of asset, of course, in Unreal, but definitely high quality stuff. Yeah, that's just not going to work out here. That's a little too stretched. That. Something like that. That's if I moved over here. No. I feel like it needs to be there. Okay, so we've used everything. Thinking that way, so then I want to do this. Or move this guy. Move him up. Rotate him. Okay, and then I want... Yeah, I can. Try this. Scale her up a little bit and then rotate. That can work. Yeah, that can work like that. Shift 3. Or no, Shift 2. Make this a little bit smaller. Make sure this matches up with here. we go. There we go. And then this little piece right here. And then a smooth. The perfectionist in me, no one's even going to see this, but I can't help myself. Boom, shift one. I feel like I'm already interesting, kind of needing some more materials to work with here. And move this one up maybe a little bit more. Okay. Oh. No. Crap. Keep pressing the wrong thing. Wait, where am I? F. There you go. Move. Alt. Rotate. Actually, I like that. So rotate. Boom. Then rotate down. Or like move down, I mean. Oh, I like not much of that really showing there. Turn this. Move this up. That I feel like is really good. But one, I feel like it might repeat too much. Maybe? Actually, no, I probably would do this still. Okay. Rotate? Yes, rotate. Wait, what? Wait, what is this? Enables? No. 2.5? Yes. And that's as good as we're going to kind of get it there. Or maybe that. That's a lot of that there. It's nanite though, right? So it's like you don't have to worry too much. I wonder how this is gonna look. I don't know. That's so weird. I feel like it's hitting the uncanny valley. I like the other ones. Okay, so interesting. So that's good to see. Because then they would probably be over here then. Those mossy ones. I don't know, though. That's an interesting thing as well. It's like, are these actually... Well, they're pretty sheer. Interesting. Let me try this. Does that look better? Man, that's interesting. Okay. It would look better over here because it's more green. I see. Okay. So for this, I'm gonna leave that up in the air for now once I mess with that stuff. For this, I do like how I kind of got this set up over here. Nope, I keep forgetting it's W. Oh god. Boom. Hold Alt and click. Maybe this? Actually, I don't know. Kinda want to keep that other stuff. Oh. Okay. Alt and drag. I think just Alt and drag again. This is where we do this. Okay.
Ninja, professional soldier, specializing in espionage and assassination. About 400 years ago.
I feel like it's so distracting. Why do I feel that?
Misunderstanding that the Ninja were all evil, but not accurate.
Maybe it's like the scale of texture where it's like, this is so large, then you go to like huge, like very fine detail. Also, I didn't realize that was there until I just zoomed in and saw that, so that actually kind of works over here. But like, that only can work like every... Like... It's like you can only see it once, and then you see it repeat easy. With the cliffs, I feel. Because they're only one-sided. Or one face, so I can only show their one face. Maybe something like this? That helps. Hold up, that actually helps a good bit. Because I don't know how rock formations are, but I think I'm starting to see maybe a theme here. Maybe moss would be at the bottom and gyro stuff would be at the top. I kind of just want to keep that one there. Maybe... Yeah, that actually helps a lot fill that stuff up. I think that's when that starts having an issue, so maybe I could do this. Because that side doesn't have too much over there, so I gotta, like, fill that up. Try to grab, like, this type of section. Left, and then, or drag, then click. Left click. Oh. Accidentally just clicked one of them right there when I said that. I think that would work. We need more stuff, so we'll grab this patch. Left click. Something like this. Move this bad boy over here. Actually, with this, make it even more different. Slap it in. Maybe a little bit more rotation. There we go. Then now we can get one of these over here. Okay. Oh, maybe this. Actually, maybe like this. This is too repeated, that's right. Delete that, that's why it's looking a little funky. I'll do this, get this section, and then move it. This. Get this one. Actually, just turn that and then move this like this. Rotate a little bit. It's okay like that. Turn. More down. Actually, this would be kind of like this. Oh, but... crap. Okay, so maybe I can swap this over here, because these two are the same object. And it repeats just a little too much, because I want them to kind of have this top. Flat part. Okay. And there's like other rocks that we can bring in to help fill. Let's see how this looks with its current scale, and then we'll scale it up over here. Okay, and then scale. Okay. I see that there is something open there, but I want to not use that in that spot. spot right here. Yeah, adding color like this, like little pieces of oranges, a little bit more strong hints of oranges throughout does help a lot. Maybe down here. Okay. Anything over here that we can place this on? Oh, oh, I want the full scale. Yeah, that's fine. And that's good, but I kind of like that corner, though. Get another piece of this. This one will go up here. Kind of looks like it's almost a direct fit. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Okay. Is this a little too much here? I don't know. Let's try this. Flatten. Increase the brush size. Well, actually, I want to do this, right? Yeah, so I want to... Over here, smooth. A bit more. Smooth. Like flatten? No, no, smooth. I see what... Okay, so flatten does it like that. I'll smooth that out. I'll smooth that out later. Because if this is going to be more cliff edge, then we'll see how this looks. Oh. No. No. Okay, so we gotta smooth this out. Flatten. There we go. I'll keep that height. Then stop. Smooth. Flatten. Smooth. Flatten. Smooth. Flatten. And then smooth. A bit more sculpt on the edge here. And then we've got a smooth. I kind of like that, having something behind. Because that looks better. Like this, flattened, definitely. Oh. Got too much. Okay, there we go. Oh crap, I wanted to hook up my tablet today. My Jolin tablet. And use it, but that's okay. I like this edge, though. Increase, come on. Well, actually, strength. That's why. Okay. And a smooth. Okay. You know, this is weird. Okay, so I gotta actually learn more about landscapes and how they work. Because I feel like that almost kind of looks better at that, like, just constant height. I mean, that's kind of funny. It's weird, but it works, right? It, like, breaks up the, like, the pattern. Somehow it works. And maybe like a smooth like that? Interesting. Okay, so I'm learning a lot right now by doing this. Okay, that's right. Oh. Exit, shift 1, play. Oh, that looks much better. At least I think maybe it's probably still looked good before, but I feel like this is, I don't know. It's closer to, I think, it being a little bit more quote-unquote realistic. Because I like seeing that in the back. That actually helps. Great depth there. And I kind of like that too, where it's just like, it's not a full trim. It's just like, oh, then it goes off right there. But I don't know if that would be too much. And also, there's just 2 random pillars. It's like, I kind of would expect that to, for some reason. Like in a game. Like a Dragon Ball Z world for some reason. Or like a Forge world. Not that stuff, of course, but... I don't know. Well, we'll keep it there for now, I guess. And then we can... I don't know, because the green, it really does... It's interesting how much that moss really works over... It's probably going to work over here much better. Just bringing this down. And then... doing this. Well, maybe actually we can go like that. Go. This does look pretty impressive. I appreciate you. Oh, I can't forget. Jesus, I just kept forgetting. But oh yeah, that looks much. Oh yeah, that definitely works. That definitely works with it. Interesting. But I wanted to say, I saw your damn, but I didn't have enough time today because I kind of like. Today was like kind of a crash day for me, which I think a lot of other people had, like staying up and all that stuff. So that's why I didn't get to respawn quick enough. So my bad on that one. How does that look good over here? Does blend much better? It does, doesn't it? Like, it's just... I guess it's because there's more green, but it's like... Also the area, it just feels like this would be the more wet area over here. And then when we place a rock or something right there... That's not a big deal, so it's okay to see that pattern, but like, it's not the other pattern. Like, this really is blending in. Also, I haven't edited any textures yet. I can probably just make that darker. I don't want to go that route just yet. Oh, see, then... That's interesting. I might actually have to with this one. This one was captured in, I think, in a higher daylight. Like, you see, or like, it's different, you know what I mean? No rush, I appreciate you. Elements. Yeah, that's master. Make sure this is the master material. That kind of works. It kind of looks like someone already colorized it, right? Maybe I'm wrong about that? Like, that's kind of what it looks like a little bit to me. Save. That's much better. I guess this just had so much moss on it. Then it's just like a... basically a green wall. We'll see, because that does really attract the eye. Maybe try something like this. See how this looks. Oh. That looks good like that. And then bring it out a little bit. Bit more in. Oh, it's this issue. I hate this issue. Dirt wouldn't do that. It wouldn't, like... whoop, whoop. Even rocks. It just doesn't really work that way. Good. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. It would do that more. That works much better. Learn that from GTA with their dirt mounds. Oh yeah. Blend it right in. Can't really see it? Good. That's the point. It's there, but it disappeared. This area is kind of reminding me, especially with that right there, of the Battlefield, like alien planet. I forget what it was called, but it was like one of their DLCs. It had like all gas and everything. I'm pretty sure this might actually be the exact ones. Like that looks so familiar. Like incredibly familiar, but maybe that's just like how common the architecture is for those volcanic type stuff in Iceland. And it's like, oh, that is so Iceland that it's so easy to tell. Type stuff. Where it's like, I mean, any type of architecture does have that. Especially going into a place where it doesn't have any of that said architecture. Like Asian architecture, but it's like, you can say that with English architecture, but like, can you? I feel like Asian architecture does kind of also hit that as well. At least more modern. But when I think Asian, I think of like those like well, actually, there's a lot of different, of course. So it's like, but what I'm thinking is good old. I forget what they're called, but like beautiful pointed houses, so beautiful looking. I remember trying to build in Minecraft a long time ago on the Xbox. Wonder. No, okay. Just wanted to see. And then that might be another one we're gonna have to mess with. I'm double clicking on this material here and then doing this. Probably another way to make this look better. But that worked. Like, to what I want it to be. I see that. But is that just because it's... yeah. Maybe I can... I can do that, but... this is more of like an outside thing, not an inside thing, really. That's kind of that's got to stay there. So this is going to be, and then a smooth. I feel like that kind of works. Something like that. I'm trying to like figure out like where the water paths will go. Okay. Shift 1. I see it was this one. Maybe we could... just something that small, just to kind of blend it in a little bit. Into a different spot where it's like, oh yeah, that's also there a little bit. Okay. I'm a little worried this is not going to work, but I'm going to try it. Okay. Oh. Wow, that looks pretty invisible. Then you look over here. You're really done. Oh, God. Maybe I could change the colors on these two to maybe like blend into like the... they're like so... well, they're kind of mossy as well, but it's like an overall more white tone instead of like more of a sandy. I want to see. So then I'll go here. I think there's definitely some promise here. Okay. Changing the color actually just like adding different texture, because I remember the you do that through the foliage, but that's not through only the foliage, it's through the material settings. But seeing this and just how good it did already, I kind of want to mainly kind of go in now. Basically paint the stuff more on. So 100% changing the colors just helped all this over here. I don't think that would have helped the moss over here though, because that doesn't go that... moss is more green. Let's try to make this more green. And it just, like, gets into that uncanny valley feeling. Maybe... something like this. I like that, actually. Maybe we can flip it. Probably gonna have to take one of these and move it. And then take this one. Oh. No. This piece is... Man. Okay, so I guess I'm gonna have to do that. Maybe something like this. Smooth it out. That. Kind of, but kind of not. I want to keep it there and see how that looks over time. Ooh. That really blends in. This is good. I like that. Now over here, this is going to be more trees. These cliffs I'll fill in a little bit more afterwards because this is a little too... These are like half the height of these hills. So like putting the cliffs here would have to be different cliffs and stuff. Which, like that, that's, I wanted to check over here. Kind of just straight up have a boulder, right? Like, geez, kind of fits a lot over here. Maybe something like that. I feel like that's good there. But I feel like there needs to be other stuff around it to kind of make that feel at home, officially. And maybe... Hey, there it goes. So that's so nice having like a full object because it's got its butt as well shown. Which I think is another texture, because how do they scan the butt? Well, it's a boulder, but how do they pick it up? You know what I mean? And scan it. How do you scan the butt of a boulder? That's the questions I think about. For this, because again, the trees and everything, we're seeing everything. That's another thing you keep in mind. I mean, this is another, so like trees, yeah, so like trees or bushes, something is definitely going to be here. So that's going to get blocked a little bit. You know, some visuals. It's like trees, maybe a castle, whatever. Maybe trees here. Kind of like show the path and everything up there. Because that is still a big place. Actually, hold up. Let me see. Yeah, these are big. Yeah. Wow. With my dev eye, I'm like looking for it. That top part is kind of looking a little funky, I guess, and that's what keeps catching my eye. That keeps like drawing, like everything under. I think that center piece just disappears, and I don't see it. But it's good because it would look like that type of hill. But now we're seeing, or basically what we're creating is noise, visual noise through rocks, and the colors on the rocks, which is just noise, just random, basically, and like the ores and everything. Like this, I thought this would be an issue, right? This is actually okay. Even being up close, well, that's not okay. That's good to know. So the collisions are not scaling? The collisions don't scale. Well, that's good to know. But we're not going to be doing crazy stuff that's going to be involved in that yet. Like, that looks all good. I thought the green repeating would be an issue, but no. Of course, when you focus on it, it gets a little bit of a thing, but matching trees, all that stuff. Everybody else, ECAG, how do they scan boulders' butts? That is true. It needs to be figured out. Oh, but doesn't this look good, though? Oh my goodness. I like this little area right here. I don't know why. Okay. Man, that's gonna bother me. I think I'm gonna chill on the cliffs and everything for now, because I don't know if I want any more. Because on the other side, I think I might just want that to be like the hills. And then in the distance is the rocks and rocky stuff like that. And that feels good. That looks good. Especially once, even more so the trees. I might push them back, most likely, or whatnot. Not a big issue. But also, if we go in first person, we can barely even see them. So that shows just how, or third person, imagine first person, how crazy large those suckers are. And even more so those bad boys than that. Which I like. Which I think those I wanted to push back a little bit more, but that looks super good. That's the money shot, kinda. Like, this area is the money shot, but it's like... my money shot view is doing this, basically, is going in here and walking down a path and making sure everywhere I look is good. That's my money shot here. It's not just like one spot. Let's see what we got in here.
Natural. There isn't anything too technical about this process. I'm just moving objects around, so I think they're in a good position. I think the landscape transitions in between the cliff objects.
I like that.
Like right here, and the grass is
fine.
way too jarring. If we have a character,
just like
he just comes
down
up
here,
to this location and then immediately
money
goes
shot. Because if I really want a money shot, just a 360. And there it is. Without the trees and everything.
But not very. So I'm going to go around my cliff areas and paint in the cliff layer where our mega scanned assets meet the grass to just give it a more natural transition so it's not as noticeable. Also,
so
as a
stuff
reminder,
like this, I know that.
Layer, you can hold down Shift to remove that layer.
I think this is good like this.
Okay, great.
I really want
You're
the foliage.
pretty much done to the medium to large details. Now it's time to move on to the medium details, which is our trees and the actual...
See, like, he knows the eye. See, he knows the eye. Like, that... it's not bad, because also cliff. But... and, like, rocks, but I don't want that. That's the interesting part about that. Is that's not really the terrain I'm kind of going for, but I kind of melted it with it, which is fine. But here...
O2. And in case you don't know, to rename assets in Unreal, right-click and select rename, or you can press F
I'm on the filter.
On the keyboard.
Oh, it does it like that!
So let's make sure that we're editing.
Whoa, it's filter tags. Oh, that is awesome. That's cool. That's really cool. Okay. Because material, yeah, that's awesome.
Castle environment, and we are up here, or I can double click on it to make sure that I am inside of the level. Now, there are 3 ways that we're going to get assets for this build. So number 1, we're getting assets from Quixel Bridge. Number 2, we got them from the downloadable content that was already created for us.
Wait, Quixel
and
is there.
Number 3, we're going to get 3 assets from the Epic
I'm so blind.
Games Marketplace. So make sure you have the Epic Games launcher pulled up.
Oh,
and
wait.
And
whoa, okay.
The specific product I want is the Megascans trees. So type that in, and it's Megascans tree, European black. Now currently it's in early access, so there might be some changes in the future. Also in the future, these trees are going to be added to Quixel Bridge, so you don't have to go through the Epic Games launcher in order to get them. But let's go add to project.
It says a different version though.
And make sure show all projects is selected, because the trees right now aren't created for UE5, so we need to download the UE4 versions. So make sure show all projects is selected to see my Unreal Engine 5 projects.
Oh, okay. Because he only wanted 2 things, right?
Specifically this one right here.
Yes,
so,
okay.
Add to project, show all projects. Let's find castle environment, select that, and then add. We can verify that those assets have been added to our project by opening up the content browser. Now we have a new folder called Black Alder. and another new folder called pn_interactive spruce forest.
Yeah, because that's not made by the same person, so it's gonna be different names, which is probably something you want to put under one folder. So then you could actually put the filter tags on and have all that stuff. Unless you want it to be separate. Well, yes, in that single folder. But then if you wanted to be separate, then you would click onto the actual folder that is made by the person. Then you would filter all the stuff in that actual person's made stuff. Because for the Quixel stuff, that all goes into one folder because it's all made by Quixel. This is not made by many different people. Well, it's different people's assets. That's what I mean. But I didn't even realize this stuff was, well, actually, this stuff is new and free, funny enough, because for me, I think I even still have it. Do I?
Use into my project. So let's come over here and let's first go over how to use the Megascans trees under the Black Alder folder. Jump into geometry, and there are two different versions of each tree. You have Pivot Painter, and then you have Simple Win. I recommend we going with Simple Win since it's a lot more performant.
Speak about that. I'm sorry for the lag, but want to see what he was going into next. Because we're getting into some Unreal and this stuff. This, I'm pretty sure, is where we left off.
Just like what we did with our cliffs, I want to drag out all the meshes I'm going to use into my project. So let's come over here, and let's first go over
see what he
how
does
to
first,
use
just like last time,
the
or last
Megascans
times.
trees under the Black Alder folder. Jump into geometry, and there are two different versions of each tree. You have Pivot Painter, and then you have Simple Win. I recommend we going with Simple Win since it's a lot more performant. And let's select everything, then drag it out into my world and organize everything so we can see what assets we have available to us. I'm also going to drag out a human reference to get a good sense of how large and tall the trees are. Now let's go over some of the properties of Megascan trees. So you notice that as I zoom in, we get more detail, and as I zoom away, we get less and less detail until it's just a flat plane geometry, very little detail. And that's because of
LEDs.
level of detail. Now normally, I would recommend we don't use level of detail. I recommend we use nanites, but unfortunately, as of this version of Unreal Engine 5, which is the first version, nanite does not support trees and foliage. But if you are watching in the future, then congratulations, nanite probably supports trees. I would go through all of my trees, right-click, and then enable nanites. But since it doesn't work right now, I'm not going to do that.
I'm in 5.03. 5.1 does that, so I'm not going to do it either.
Now we can view all my level of details by opening up its static mesh.
Which you can download the 5.1 right now. But I guess I'll drag this stuff in too. You do that real quick. Might as well put him over here. Okay. Finishing up this last bite. Oh. I was pressing N like, oh. There we go. Technically, they're actually inside the ground. So, just want to do this. These are some nice trees. That's a nice little area.
Shader. And right here for LODs, you have LOD 0, which is the most dense this tree can be.
Yeah.
We have 1, which is less dense. 3, less. 4, 5, which barely has any leaves. And finally 6, which looks pretty bad up close, but when you're far away, it's kind of hard to tell if that's just a flat plane or real geometry.
That's true.
So if you're watching the future, congratulations, you don't have to worry about these LODs if you make your tree nanite. Now, what if you don't care about performance and you want to turn off LODs? Well, you can do so by coming down here into the console commands and typing in r.force LOD, and to select the most dense LOD, type 0. So that will force all the static meshes in your world to use the most dense LOD, which is 0. So even if we're far away, it's still going to use the really dense mesh. But I wouldn't recommend doing so, since if you do have thousands of trees in your world, then your frame rate will dramatically drop. Now, if you want to bring back LODs, in console commands, instead of typing r.force LOD 0 or 1, type in -1 to bring back the default LOD switching, just like that. Also, if you do add your trees in through the foliage mode, then the console command is going to be a little bit different. So r.force LOD doesn't work for meshes painted with the foliage mode. Instead, you want to use foliage.force LOD. So foliage.force LOD is the same thing as r.force LOD, except for foliage meshes. So now that we've gotten
That's
that
good
out
to
of the
know.
way, let's go over how we can control the look and the wind speed of our trees.
Ooh,
We can do
yes.
so by jumping into
Probably just getting
M_MS presets
Oh.
and going all the way over here to MS_foliage material.
Mess. There it is.
Drag this in.
Oh, this? Weird. Okay. What is this thing? Oh, I just deleted it. That's right, the F key. I used the Blender zoom in key. That's right. Slow it down. Yes. Oh, look at this little thing. What is this?
So this actor right here and all of its settings control all the Megascans trees.
Oh!
And if I press
what?
play right now, we will get a bunch of errors.
Oh.
And that's because there is no directional light set right here. So within the dropdown, you want to select
Wait. What is he? Okay, so click. Click on. Oh, not that. Oh, that's right. You can double click in here too to zoom on him. Or focus on him. Wind noise direction. What? Am I? What? Wait. He's on the top one though. And he's going into a light category. Let's see.
light, which is the light we created all the way at the beginning of this chapter. Now if I press play, we don't get any errors. So right here, within the details panel over global foliage actor, we get a...
Wait. Is that it? No. It is, but it... Okay, it says _Unreal 5, so there's definitely some change there, because his doesn't say _Unreal 5. MS_foliage material. There's only the other one, which wasn't right. So yeah. And even if that's not it, is this a new thing, and would it be better
bunch
to
of
use
different
this?
options. So right here, we can control wind.
Yeah.
I want to increase the strength.
It
right
looks
now to 2.
identical.
I guess that is a 10. And now our trees are very windy, and you'll probably notice an issue, and that is if I zoom in on the trees, let's say right here,
Wow, that's so
there's
cool.
a lot of motion blurring going on. And that's a glitch with the current version of UV5. So you might not have this, but if you are using the first version of Unreal Engine 5, to fix this weird motion blurring glitching, select the tree, and then for mobility, set it to movable. And that'll get rid of it, and now we can view our tree like normal. So I'm going to select all.
Okay. Let me see if it just does the same stuff. We see it moving. I see it already doing it, so yeah, this version still has that, so movable. Now it's clean. Yeah, it's clean. So I would go to... Go to the foliage actor, then... You did strength? I'm just gonna do it. Yeah, there it is. And there it goes, because that's just this... Wow. That's actually pretty crazy that we can just do that, right? Can't I just select all and do that? Like, movable thing? Yeah, it worked. Okay, cool. You can do that. Yeah, because it's not doing it anymore. Or is it? Okay.
All the trees, and select movable for mobility to get rid of that issue.
Well,
So that's one glitch you need to be aware of.
thank you.
And then if I select my foliage actor again,
That's why I wait. I should have waited like 2 more seconds. That's why in these sections, it's better, I think, to wait like a chunk. See what he wants. Maybe gets a little tip like this and then go in.
go down to season strength, I'm able to control what season our trees are using. And this wind strength is pretty annoying, so I'm going to set it back to 2 as it's deep.
Whoa, season strength? Health? Wow.
Default. So
Color
if we raise the
variation.
strength, we get
What?
more and more orange and yellow until we get a fall.
Whoa. Oh, that's cool. These are Megascan trees, so this would only work with Megascan trees. and or other trees. What? Only mega scan? Because I wonder if this detects foliage now. He didn't specify that. He said mega scan, yes, but I wonder if that's like, can you plug something in to make it detect a different thing, or is it only mega scans because it's like a mega scan thing and it's like hard built in? I don't know about that.
So I'm gonna leave it at a value of.
So season strength is okay. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, so that's like the max. Okay, well, okay. I'm not trying to go infinity here. Yeah, so that's like the max right there. You can see like little variations. Oh, that looks cool. I like it. Seems a little magical.
500.
Like gold tip trees.
Or 800 for now. Now we have season brightness and season saturation. I think the color is a little bit too brown. I want it to be really saturated. That's how it feels like we're in a fantasy world. So bring up the brightness and the saturation right there like this.
Oh yeah, it feels like Skyrim.
Value that you'd like. And we can always jump back to the foliage actor to make any edits. If we don't like the edits, we all.
I see. Man, seeing these reminds. Oh man, I want to make a game that's like kind of like Heroes and Generals. Doesn't this look like the bush, kinda? I guess they use that type of bush. I think it's actually the same type of plant they use, or like similar. Because I can just imagine a field of that.
Already have.
And it's
so
moving.
Do keep in mind that we don't edit a material instance, although you can if you want precise controls for your mega scan trees. Instead, you're going to use this foliage actor right here, which is located.
Oh, well, I guess, yeah, you can use your master material.
It in MS presets, foliage material, and global foliage actor. So simply drag one out.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, so no, I guess you
into your world,
can.
And that'll control all your trees.
But I don't know, maybe there's like little plugins, like, you know, moddy hacky things.
Right, so that's how you control mega scan assets. Now let's go over how we control the spruce forest.
What is health, though? Oh. Makes him, like, darker. I see. I like it.
Specifically the pine trees. So, pine trees are located in PN_interactive spruce.
What did he say? PN? Yeah. He did. PN. Underscore interactive.
Forest. Jump into there, and then go into meshes. And we need a filter for static meshes, so we can see all the static meshes we have available to ourselves. So I'm going to select all the really large ones at first. But you notice some of these meshes are duplicated again. So I'm going to hold down Control and select all the large meshes without _low.
Oh, there's no way to filter that? That would be a sick filter, wouldn't it? There must be. Maybe. Also, they're still not loading. Are they full? Are they nanited? Are they knighted? Oh. I didn't click it. It's just when I right click, it fills the color. That's cool. Oh, is it because look, you see them moving? Like in the wind? They're getting affected. Okay. I guess it's loading. I don't know why it's not loading the way I thought it would be. I'm gonna save it first.
So select these right here, skip.
So he wants the full non-lows. Thankfully, I got some experience doing this, so it's not too overwhelming. Like which ones? Like not knowing, like, oh, so this would be first, this would be second, this would be first, this would be second, this would be first, this would be second, going by the numbers and all that stuff. That's my experience coming from GTA's Code Walker.
over all those, and then drag it out like this. Unfortunately for us, there's a glitch on some of these meshes level of details. You'll see them when I zoom out. There's completely different material on their level of details. So that is wrong. Now the way we fix this is to entirely delete that level of detail. So I'm going to select this mesh.
But look at these trees though. Man, I'm going to get too spoiled with these. Okay, so these trees are really nice. Like, they're really gorgeous. Even like just these trees, but it's like you're going to need, that's what you're going to start encountering as like a dev. You're going to need like a certain tree or a certain item. That, like for a tree, you want a pine tree, you want a oak, you want a spruce, you want that, and that's where you might want to kind of go into Blender, well, actually, probably have everything. If not now, then at a certain point, they definitely will. That's only the inevitable. But having, okay, well, that's the messed up LOD. I see it. But you're gonna, like, want certain things, and maybe it would just be better, let's just say, like, some crazy, funky, in a certain type of art style or whatever you want to make it, so you do that. So we just got to go in and delete them.
I could press Control-B, double-click on it to open up the static mesh editor, or press Control and E as a shortcut. So let's go through all my LODs. LOD 0 looks good. LOD 1.
Okay.
1, good. 2, good. 3. And we are completely using the wrong material. So I'm going to remove LOD 3 from its LOD stack by making sure LOD 3 is selected right here. And under LOD 3, select remove. Just like that.
Oh, just that easy? Let me double check. 2, 3, that's fine. Move LOD. Up. And pop. There we go. That's a little funky, that's a bug. And then, okay, so I like that. So Control-B, I can boom Control-B and get into this, which I can see the mesh is small. I wish we kind of went in there. That's okay. Actually, no, doing it all, because there's like the low... Actually, no, where the heck is the low versions? Whatever. Control-E. Ooh, I'm just being a little nitpicky. Oh. Is there 2 of them? There was 2 that's messed up. Okay, save.
So now all we have is 0, 1, 2, and 3, and we don't...
Control E. Oh, that's right, gotta click in. Uh-oh. Control E. 0, 1. Remove LOD. Remove LOD. Are you kidding me? They're all broken? I mean, it's not bad. Because remember, nanite, that's like another thing. Like, we gotta get that close to see the right stuff. That's crazy. Control E. 1. Remove LOD. Move LOD. Control S. Make sure that I'm controlling S and in here. I don't think I did that with another one. Low. Still be high. Meshes. Okay, just make sure on that. So any other issues? Oh my goodness. Control E. I want to use these trees, so I got to do this. That's right. Almost deleted auto. Thankfully, it doesn't let you. That's the third one. Move LOD. At least this kind of gives you the experience of, like, going through the LODs. Kind of funny enough, you know what I mean? So it's like, giving you training. Might as well kind of use it as training. 4, 3. Like that. Now I'm starting to realize, okay, so this distance is LOD 3, which is kind of funny, because you're going to start, again, I'm going to start noticing that at certain points. Well, I could already kind of see that, the pop-ins. That's what they're called, pop-ins. Ooh, that's a big one. Why is that? Maybe it's just the texture itself. Because the model didn't have a lot of triangles. Make sure I'm double clicking back in to save. And then I think, let's go.
Don't get that wrong one. So let's do the same thing right here.
Ashes of Creation, that's what it is.
Here, press Control and E, and this one's also LD3, and then select Remove LD. Now what I'm doing is going through the rest of the meshes and making sure they don't have that issue. In the future, we probably won't have these issues since nanite will support foliage. So if you are watching in the future, congratulations, you don't have to go through this process. You just have to enable nanite on the pine trees. All right, one more change.
Oh, whoa. That's right. But that's like... Oh, that's right. Okay. That's okay to know.
If you come up to any foliage with wind, you'll see that there is a lot of motion blurring. Of course, that's the same glitch that we have with the black alder trees. So select all of them and set it to movable.
Thank you for reminding me, because it looks kind of good from a distance, but once you like kind of go up close and you start realizing it. That black adder. We need spruce. Movable. There we go. Oh, and also I can see that, wait, the trees aren't moving. That.
Now, there's one last change, and that is I want to change the color of my bark. Since my bark is pretty white, I'd rather have that be reddish, brownish. So what I can do is open up the bark material instance to change it. And we can see that this mesh has a lot of different materials, and one of them is the trunk material. Now, if you don't know which one is the trunk material, you can always open up a static mesh, and right here in material slots, select highlight to know exactly what material is affecting what part of the
that's
static
nice.
mesh. And we'll see that the material called trunk is, of course, in charge of the trunk material. So let's open up that material instance that I have open right here.
Okay. So, there we go.
Undock the details panel so we can play with the colors. So, for all the way down here, we have bark tint.
Wind parameters.
Change it. So that's how it's
Blending.
more brown. I like that color, so I'm going to keep it. And we can even make some changes all the way up here under bark parameters. Bring this down, so that's why my trunk is a little bit darker, to 0.5. I can also play with the wind. So let's say if I don't like how my bark is swaying back and forth, if I come up here, it's more noticeable. You can see how it's going back and forth. Then I can uncheck level 1 wind, 2 wind, and 3 wind. But then you'll notice that the rest of the tree is disconnected since it's still relying on the wind. Now I can fix that by jumping into the leaves here, or the branches, and you'll see that the branch parameters are the exact same as the trunk since they're all sharing the same exact
So
mass
you just
material.
do wind.
So go through here and uncheck level 1 wind, 2 wind, and 3 wind to get rid of wind. And I would do the same thing for the leaves, but I do like the wind, so I'm going to bring them all back. I'm just using that as an example, where if you don't want the wind, you have to remove them from all the materials. So you make sure that you do uncheck them if you are trying to get rid of wind. And I'm going to do the same thing right here. So open up this materials trunk instance and bring down brightness to 0.5 and give bark tint a reddish, dark reddish tint like that. Now I'm going to do the same process of changing the color for the rest of the trees with exposed trunks. Don't forget to save everything. Now that we have all our trees set up, let's add them to the foliage mode. So to begin, I'm going to start with the pine trees. So let's go select all of these. Shift, press Control B to find out where they are in the content browser. And with those selected, I can drag them right here into the foliage.
Okay. It's not really... Okay, so not really doing much. I kind of don't want to change this. I like the base. I'm fine with the base. Maybe I could, like, test, like, lighter colors or maybe, like, a gold. Something like that to kind of match it a little bit. Kind of looks like... I don't know, it gives it a little lemon vibe off it. So then it'd be, like, wind? Wait, motion dampening.
Foliage editing mode. So now I can paint them on my landscape.
Because it's different, like, that's noticeable. What's up with this? Okay.
But obviously, we're going to have an issue since we paint way too many trees. Obviously, we don't want our trees being that dense. So we need to edit a lot of settings of the foliage. And keep in mind, if you don't see any parameters right here, make sure this button is turned on so it's blue. Now, for density, bring this from 100 down to 1. Also, paint density up to 1. So let's see
There's
what
one
that
right
looks
there,
like.
but
And
I'm
that
not
is still
caring.
way too strong. So try 0.25. And okay, we're getting closer, but
Okay. Let me do this, so... Meshes. Oh, no. Wait, did he do it from, like, this? Kind of forgets. Boom. Control foliage. That's where I forget. No. Paints. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Yes. There we go. Then... Select. I want to see how all of them is together. Okay, that's right.
that's also still too many trees. I don't want that many trees.
Okay, so it's going down here. That's right. This does this. No. Get rid of the content browser. Where is it? There it is.
It's a ninja.
That's it. Okay, so density. He's going 2. Okay, so it'd be 0.15.
400 years ago.
Okay.
So 0.01.
It's a common
Okay, there we go. So that looks like it's good. But you'll see that my trees
I see.
angle to the slope of the landscape. And obviously trees don't grow like this. Even if a tree is on a steep slope, it's going to grow straight up. So within the settings right here, and actually I'm going to increase this to 0.05. Within the settings, align to normal, make sure that's unchecked. So now my trees will always grow straight.
Basement aligned to normal. Make sure it's unchecked. Go back to here. I'm actually going to go and do 0.8. Yeah, wouldn't be good to do all of them. At least I tried. So I want to go with this. Actually, I kind of don't. I kind of want to go into a group. I feel like that would be better. Would it? Wait. Oh, I guess that's why he's only done a few? Or select... like this? Can I do it like this? Or is it like that? Boom, boom, boom. Turn them off. Okay, yeah, I can turn them off here. There we go. So then I want to change this. Ooh, get more used to these settings. Okay. Awesome. I'm trying to, like, drag it up, but I guess you gotta really put it in numbers. I think maybe 10. Maybe it's density up here too. Okay. Actually, what is he going?
They won't be dependent on the slope of the landscape. Another thing I need to do is that if I zoom in on the wind, we still get that little motion blurring glitch. So with all of these selected, set its mobility to movable to get rid of that.
Oh.
Okay. And I also want to make sure that our size is correct. So let me add in a character. Go into mannequins, meshes.
No. Click in. Control space to bring up the content bar. So he's going content, characters, meshes. So he's just going regular, so mannequins, meshes, and then Manny. Okay. I feel like the scales are
And drag out
right.
SKM_Mandy.
Especially for third person.
So I think the trees with their bark exposed are too big.
So select.
I think this is good for what I want. Because for third person, this is what the camera's going to be the whole time. Versus first person, where it's like this. Yeah, I'd be thinking like you're going to be turning around, like looking like this, basically. Well, can you scale it afterwards? This is what he's going to do.
Right here, and for scale X, bring it down to
okay,
0.7
awesome.
to 0.8.
I had a feeling because when he did that, I knew instantly those trees. That's why I moved them to like this. But I don't want these trees like that. I want them to be placed in a different way.
So now all these trees I have selected.
That's awesome to do that though, because thankfully all these trees are aligned like this. If I had a very small one, like I could put one of these small ones, but that's like meant to be small. But let's just say there's just like, I wanted that to be up here, and they're all huge. Then I could, but I don't want to.
To 80% their original size.
We randomize it?
Okay, that's starting to feel a lot better. And for these really tall trees, I want there to be less of them than the thick ones. So this density will be 0.01.
Oh, wait. Then why is it not working like that for me? Oh, no. That's he's just selecting it so he
have
can...
a density of 0.05. Great.
Yeah, I see,
So
I see.
now we're going to add some new trees, the black alder ones, to our foliage mode. So I'm going to select all the black alder trees that I want. We're handling the medium detail, so I'm going to ignore the really small trees for now.
Okay. I see. Go Shift 1. Control B.
We are going to add them after we handle the really big trees. So select all the big ones, press Control B to find out where they are in my content browser, and jump back into foliage mode with
Shift
Shift
2
F3
or Shift
and drag
F3.
them all in there.
I was painting. Yeah, that's right, because it did this. It's just all of them, right? Actually, no, because it's these. One of those. And drag them in here.
There. Now I only want to focus on our Megascan trees, so hold down Shift and select all of our pine trees
And then turn them
uncheck
off.
them so we don't paint them. Now we're going to start off with the same exact issue that we had beforehand, and that is paint it down and okay, hopefully Unreal doesn't
Jesus.
crash because I just added in a lot of trees right there. So breathe.
Okay, so... I see. Okay. And then click that. Oh. 0.10. So 0.1. But then, boom. Paint. There we go. Hey, okay. Now those actually kind of seem very tall though. Kind of like it. I like it. I'm gonna keep it for now. Can I change it afterwards? I don't think you can. There's two. Heights. None of them changed. That means it doesn't work like that. Oh. I could go back in and scale them though. Like select all and then scale them down. I could do that. I really want to find you.
These trees down to a density of 0.01. Okay, that's better. And we also have that angle problem.
So go back to align to normal.
Align to normal, uncheck that. And we have motion blurring once again.
So
with
go
all those
back
trees
down.
Selected, sets mobility to movable. And that will get rid of it. So now we hold on Shift. And this feels a lot better. So let's see what my paint looks like when I have everything. So press Control and A to select all. And make sure they're all checked. So when I'm painting, I paint both versions of the trees. I'm testing my paint settings to see if we need to make any last changes. I think I could bring down the amount of thick trees from 0.05 to 0.02. And again, there is no rhyme or reason to these values I'm setting. These are just settings that I think look nice. So it's entirely up to you, since this is your world, whether or not you want a lot of trees or not that many trees. And because we're using a level of detail, really performance isn't really concerned with painting down a lot of trees. especially in the future once we have nanite trees. So those selected. Also, let's do 0.005.
That's right.
So even smaller than beforehand. And uncheck all these. Just have these checked. And I think these really tall trees are way too tall. So let's see which one is the really tall one.
He thinks it
Okay,
too.
these two trees right here. So select both of them. And for scale, bring that down to 0.6 to 0.7. So 60% to 70% their original height.
Okay, yeah, really absorbing all this is needed for like doing this. Okay, because I want to be more specific in where my trees are, and I just like knowing the perfect settings and really playing with these settings. I could probably, because what I want is like a golden tree, like kind of sparsed out. Maybe like a golden tree section. Maybe that's like the golden area or whatnot. But I want it sparse. I want this kind of like outline to be mostly green, and this is kind of spattered through. Uniform. I guess free. To make it like, I guess, different scalings. But like doing that, it's just like, at least for right now. Actually, I don't know, because I'm going to have to learn how to do that, because it would be ideal to just like know how to input certain settings, kind of like geometry nodes in Blender, and be able to kind of just automatically do that and be good, and maybe move a little bit. But it's like more like painting for me though, especially for like this stuff, for foliage, for all this really. So that's interesting. I kind of want to do it the way I want to do it though.
And now I think that's a lot more reasonable.
Because it'll also be faster.
We can't see
That's kind of the funny
so
thing.
Let's go.
One technique can be faster because I mastered it, but once I learned another one and mastered it, it would be faster. So
Select all the foliage and remove it.
That's a funny
Especially when
thing.
we compare the heights
Oh, that's nice.
to the mannequin. Those trees are really, really tall. So let's go increase the brush size, get rid of all that foliage, and paint foliage again to see. And okay, I think at this point, it's a good base to go through my landscape and start painting in foliage. This portion of the environment build is pretty fun. Just hold down left mouse button and paint in trees where I want to place them. And okay, one last change we need to make. The orange trees, the black alders, are too big, in my opinion, compared to the pine trees. So hold down shift, erase all those. Let's select these black alders right here, the first three, and bring down the size to 0.6 to 0.72 or 0.75. And okay, in my opinion, that looks a lot better, especially if we compare the height to the mannequin. So I think that is pretty reasonable size for trees.
I'm going to do mine. We'll see.
Now let's go through with a paintbrush and start to paint in my trees. So you could use the paintbrush, or if you want to get very specific, I can use the single button right there, single instance mode. Instead of selecting all selected, choose cycle through selected.
Oh, what? Oh, that's
now,
cool.
Wherever I press, it's going to pick a random tree. to
Oh,
place there.
that's super cool.
If I want to get very specific with my tree placements. So that's
Oh, that's like a tool specifically made for me. Boop, bop, beep, 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 bop, boop, 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 beep, beep, boop. Kind of right there. I kind of want to keep it, but I mean, yes. Joy. Good try, boy. I'll keep it for now.
it's another option, or I can stick with paint. So let's decrease our brush size and add the trees right here. And this is a reminder, just because we paint our foliage with the foliage mode doesn't mean we're limited to changing the exact position of a mesh. So I can use select mode and make sure that whatever mesh I want selected has a check mark right next to its icon, and select a tree, move around, scale it, and rotate it as if it's a normal mesh.
Okay.
So we get a lot of control over our foliage. And paint down trees, especially on spots that are noticeable, like the tops of hills. And if I ever don't like the placement of a very specific tree, I can use the select mode and move that tree
just
around,
making
or
sure.
if I don't like it, completely delete it. Now I'm going to repeat that exact same process for the rest of my landscape. So I first use the paintbrush to paint.
And he's going in and scaling. He really wants to be level. I respect it though. It looks great though. I just want to see just how the difference will be. Plus, it's a good experiment for me. I want to see. So, because what I wanted to do over here, and this kind of like bothered me because it was too many of the orange trees right back to back right here. But I will just move them. I kind of like. I don't want to move them because part of me wants to see if that's going to work in the future. So just deselect those. Then we have these. So paint. Okay, so I'm kind of actually doing more bush work here. And I've realized. No, that's okay. Oh, that's right. Did I change them? Actually made them more dense. Oh, is that right? This. Yes. Okay. Like that. Okay. Increase brush size? Does it? Okay, so it is. Okay. Boom. Increase. Boom. Then we're gonna go over here. Just nice little brush strokes. Like clumped up a little too much right there, so something like that. I don't know why, but that like area really wants a clump. That's okay, we can fix it later. Trees within the rocks. Actually, no. Right? Because this is where the save time, right? You would want to go. Maybe not. Because it looks a little too placed sometimes when you do it like this. And have that randomization does help. Not bad. Okay. Paint. Break up the view line. This is me doing like a base layer of these trees. Boom. Here. A nice little fast pass, fast pass. Fast pass. Trees would be on the inside here. Inside. Some on the outside. Inside, inside, inside. Not there. Something like this. This on the edge. Not bad. Not bad. Boom, boom, boom. Like that. And we kind of want to break this up over here. Let's see. How does that work? It's not bad. This here. Some nice places for some animals to live and stuff. Yo, that one's definitely messed up. Actually, maybe that's not. Oh, but it's starting to come together. I'm trying not to look at it because it looks too good. And I don't want to like throw myself off yet. Here. Boom. So I'm down there. that area. Boom. Gonna be a really tree area right here. Really tree heavy. I kind of want to, these two are a little too out. This one a little too in. Go back to paint. Left bracket. Boom. Back it up. This top-down view. Then increase bracket. And then we can go in and like kind of fill it up even more. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do with like the castles. Oh wow, look at that. The castle stuff. Now, if we had nanites, we wouldn't see these LEDs. Imagine that. Like how much more beautiful this would look. This is like older gen. That's crazy. Like old gen. Actually, I can do that, right? So it'd be like foliage. Min LOD. Did he do it? I think he did. Oh no, it didn't. There's a min LOD. One. 0. No, I'm right. Why isn't that fully LOD in them? The heck? R dot. Actually, wait. Can I see my? How do I see my history? I just forced LODs. It didn't work, but it still looked amazing. I can hear my PC like running faster and hotter just by all these trees. How to have an indoor heater? Just place trees in Unreal or in any game engine. This area gotta lock it up a little bit, just a little, like that, like that. Over here. Yeah. Nice little home. And connects around. Okay. Then we would want to go into the big boy trees. Turn them all on. The other ones, I just click save. Cancel that for now. Tree's moving and the other one's not. That's really gonna bug me. A little too much. So, density. Yes. Okay. A few in here. Yeah, just one over there. single. Sorry, I'm just going through, really just looking at this, seeing what feels right. Whatever feels right, I'm just popping one and down. This I actually did like in the end. I had a feeling I would. I had a feeling. And all these trees right here, like all that. I had a feeling. When I have that type of like dislike, I know that I'm kind of like onto something great. It's a weird thing. It's a different dislike. It's weird. It's hard to explain. And paint. Paint. That's right, density. Go. Boom. Kind of close this up over here. A little bit. Close this over here a little bit. A few stuff like that. So now we can go in with these trees, the taller ones. So this.
It's a ninja, professional soldier, specializing in espionage and assassination. About 400 years ago. Worst bastards the world ever known.
That, yeah.
It's a common
Put a good chunk over there.
ninja were all evil, but not accurate. Well, they still kill people.
I don't know why, but I feel like these trees are mainly going to be on top of the hills. Oh, you know why? Because this is exactly what in real life the trees would do. Because you see there's no leaves on the under branches, but on the tops, it's because these trees had to grow past the trees around them in order to get the sunlight. I remember learning that from somewhere. That's what these trees are. So scaling them down is not technically the correct thing to do, because that's not... Well, it is in its life, like depending what the trees are around it. That's why they're like this. I mean, some trees are just straight up like that, but there's a reason why there's dead branches. Circle it. That one I'm going to move over a little bit more. Maybe. On tops, maybe some like there. Actually, they didn't place no trees there. That's kind of funny. A few more of these in the back. There we go. Yeah. There we go. This, maybe get a few more. Too many. There we go. This. That. Okay. Wow, look at this already, though. Ooh, that's looking good. I feel like I was right deciding to kind of chill. Then we go for... I think all these. Check this. Density. Oh. Wait. How tall? Let me see. Okay. I thought it was a little bit taller than that. Okay. So I was just seeing, like, if I would get a crazy random, like, tall tree there. Those can stay, though. Then paint. This one, density, though, does it increase to 15? Let's see, maybe... What? Oh, I just control Z, that's why. So 25, maybe? Enter? Okay, so if I increase the bracket then... Trying to make this the filler. Okay, yeah, it works. This works. And fill. 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 Like this. And fill that up, fill that up, fill that up. Yeah. Up, I'm gonna move the trees. Boom, 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 boom. It's more over here. Go. Edges. I'm being crazy with not trying to follow the paths too much because I'm going to move them. I think it feels a little bit more natural doing it like this. Actually, maybe not. Crap. Get it dry. Looks good, but I think we need to decrease the brush size so we get more control. Like this. Yeah, that's much better. Some of those trees. Oh, Control Z. Boom. Some up there. Some over here. Fill it in over here. Fill in this. Fill in that. Fill in this. I feel like these are very important spots to make very built out. Especially this. Okay, then I think that's gonna be a path I'm gonna open up a little bit. Around. This is where we can increase. Kind of do a big fill. Big fill, big fill. Big fill. That looks pretty good. There's a lot of green on the sides here, so it's like a lot. It's also they're kind of going to be hitting the path. But this is like overgrown, right? So it's like this would happen because these are like baby trees. Baby trees, baby foliage. Then up here, over here, definitely over here. That's. I would like some grass though. Some grass right now would be super good. Because I feel like that's what we're missing to kind of fill some of these areas. Hug the inside here a little bit with the trees. Back up. Actually going out and looking at this does help a good bit. Like that also. I don't think I did the trees up here yet. kind of hard to tell at this point. Does that do any funny things? No. I can see that happening. And especially over here. Let me fill this out. Then I'll make sure that there's some trees at the back. Maybe some of them are going to be seen. But yeah, we did not do this edge. I can tell now. So we didn't do this top edge. Yeah, we didn't do the top edge yet. Oh, I like this like little valley. Like there's a lot of water moisture that comes down here. A lot of water moisture when it rains and everything. Imagine a lot of water coming down here. Fill that out. Kind of crazy. Yeah, that looks kind of crazy because it's not going on the object, which is a thing, but that's okay. See those trees over there? They're kind of being a little funny. Something like that, maybe. That's. Fill this. Fill this. Here. That. Well, give me an idea, like a waterfall. Yes, 100%. I wonder how we would do a waterfall. That's a good question. Also, see like the level, like the height elevation change in here, and how it feels different. This is legit exactly what I want. Exactly what I wanted from the beginning. And if you were trying to randomize this, I don't think you would get this. This is just an artist. Until there's better, like, AI, I want a forest location. Thank you. And then it does all this for you. Probably 10 years away from that. Or less than, like it's, or within, not less than, it's within. Depending on what happens, this next big year getting released, then that number's going to go from 5 to 10, or 10 to 5, I mean. But yeah, that's a really beautiful idea. Where would you think? I think it would probably be, that'd be kind of cool, maybe something that kind of leads into the pond, or maybe that'd be like a pond, maybe something over here. Like this. Rocks, so much better. I was right too in the beginning, like the trees are gonna block it. Feel a little empty, a little empty right here. A little too much, because now we got the finer brush, so more like actually goes into that dense area. That's where we're gonna kind of fill it out like that. Especially this edge, I feel like this is important. This is probably the money shot. Or it is, it's one of the big ones. So make sure that this looks proper. Boom, 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 and boom. Then we fill this too, because that's another important one. Part. Yeah, really having the one setting on is, I can tell, like, man, it's crazy how Nanite really, like, I'm feeling the FPS drain, and also feeling the heat off my PC. But that just, like, doing it like this also in 5.03, where I legit can't, if I can Nanite, I think it just breaks the material. I think it actually,
paint in a bunch of trees, or I use the single brush if I do want precise placement for each of my trees. And then I go through again with the select tool to move, scale, and rotate my trees around until I get perfect positioning. It is that simple. And here's a tip in case I do want to see what my world will look like without level of detail, since if you do decide to render out this world as animation, then it's going to use the most dense level of detail possible. Select the console command, and once again, type in foliage.force LOD and 0. Now keep in mind that your frame rates will exponentially drop.
Oh, I see. Okay, there it is. So foliage. Thank you. Force LOD 0. I can barely move. My microphone's gonna lag too, most likely. Oh, those circles and everything. I love it. Look at this. I'm dropping it, boys. Wait, the new Tarkov map just came out?
Using the densest mesh possible.
It's
so we no longer have LODs, which makes our world look a lot nicer, but now our frame rate is about 5 to 10. Again, in the future, you won't have this issue. Your trees will look really nice with the most detail possible since they'll be nanites. But for now, this is our limitations. As a reminder, to re-enable level of detail, go right here and type in foliage.force LOD and -1 to re-enable level of detail for smooth frame rates.
Hey.
So I want to point that out because in case if you want a really nice shot and you don't care about FPS, then you can set your foliage to 0 that way. I think the placement on my trees are pretty good, so we're going to take a quick break from painting trees. And there's one change that's not really related to foliage I do want to add, and that is to increase the saturation and contrast in my world to make my trees feel more lively. So I need to select the post-process volume over here.
Did we already do that? I don't know if we did already. Oh, shift 1. Save. Also, wow. My God, I can't look at that because I will keep like drooling over it.
And let's go see.
So, right.
What our main shot looks like by jumping to our bookmark with 1.
Oh, that's right. Should we look at them? I haven't looked at them yet. 1. Wow, that actually looks pretty sick. 3. Oh, wow. 4. It looks like I'm looking at like wood cameras, you know what I mean? It's just like I'm checking up on them. Wow, that looks so good. The funny thing is the tree placements, everything. Like I was like that right there. That's so good. The right hand side, like that's a money shot right there. A money shot. Like all of them are money shots. And I'd even use them like, because that's just for. I say that because you don't have to stick to that stuff. Like you can just do what I did, just paint, and then look at it. Like it still works like that. That's like, because you know he showed it that way where it's like more procedural, which you can see it. You can see the proceduralness, but then you look at this, and it just hits different, right? Because it's like you're seeing more realism in how plants would actually grow. Less of these big trees in the middle, so it feels more dense. If I put them all over, you would feel it a little bit different. Little things, but like again, that's also very beautiful of his stuff. And like the taller trees, I did keep them because I knew I wanted to use them like this to make them feel taller. Now let's actually go crazy mode, right? Here we go. Oh, streaming budget. A lot of this we gotta move in stuff, so that is what I want to do at a certain point, which is pretty easy, just to go through. And then like start, because this is also the dev thing where you gotta clear the sight lines. So clear all this stuff, clear the sight lines, which is the eraser. Actually, no, wait, what am I thinking? I think we gotta move in, right? We already got the paths already set. So we get the eraser brush and just go over. Yeah, so hold up. Let me do that real quick. So 3, that's right. I think it's 2. So we'll click all. Go to erase. And then erase the whole map. But also that third person camera doesn't do the world good. We're in first person, it looks so much different. I really want to put a first person thing in this and see. there because of grass and stuff. That's okay. Actually, I do want to make it lower. Good. There we go. Go through. That's... Yeah, because I didn't go through a new race, so we don't even have to go. That's even right. So that this is even more time to it. I don't even have to like test it by walking. You just fly, you know, like no clip. No clip, no clipping. That's what that means. For like world objects. This collision. I don't want to do something like that. I might even just want to start cutting the stuff out like this. And finding like the hot spots by doing this. Instead of like maybe placing, maybe it'd be better to do it like this. Oh, actually I like that big tree there. That needs to move. Oh. Yep. Yeah, that looks pretty sick. And we'll boom, clean. Clean. Oh. I want that tree there. It's a little too close. Close. Wow, you're actually, yeah, you're seeing it. The more, oh, wow, that actually really shows. So like this, I probably want to do it like that, right? Yeah. Man, that's so funny. I really want to push the camera up, like immediately. Like, I can instantly feel. Also, I didn't see this one. I always bring it up, but like Bungie, them pushing the camera. Like, I want to see this in first person. It's like a certain feeling. Because it's like I'm stuck at this point of view, which doesn't show me the map, you know what I mean? It shows me the ground. Man, everything looks so good. Come back again. But we gotta finish this off, so let's continue, shall we?
Very specific tree. I can use the select mode and move that tree around, or if I don't like it, completely delete it. Now I'm going to repeat that exact same process for the rest of my landscape. So I first use the paintbrush to paint in a bunch of trees, or I use the single brush if I do want precise placement for each of my trees. And then I go through again with the select tool to move, scale, and rotate my trees around until I get perfect positioning. It is that simple. And here's a tip, in case I do want to see what my world will look like without level of detail, since if you do decide to render out this world as animation, then it's going to use the most dense level of detail possible. Select the console command, and once again, type in foliage.force LOD and 0. Now keep in mind that your frame rate will exponentially drop because now we are using the densest mesh possible. So we no longer have LODs, which makes our world look a lot nicer, but now our frame rate is about 5 to 10. Again, in the future, you won't have this issue. Your trees will look really nice with the most detail possible since they'll be nanites. But for now, this is our limitations. As a reminder, to re-enable level of detail, go right here and type in foliage.force LOD and -1 to re-enable level of detail for smooth frame rate. So I want to point that out, because in case if you want a really nice shot and you don't care about FPS, then you can set your foliage to 0 that way. I think the placement on my trees are pretty good, so we're going to take a quick break from painting trees. And there's one change that's not really related to foliage I do want to add, and that is to increase the saturation and contrast in my world to make my trees feel more lively. So I need to select the post-process
I'm pretty sure this is exactly where we left off last time.
And let's go see what our main shot looks like by jumping to our bookmark with 1.
Because I'm pretty sure
Go into
he just does like a little extra stuff, so we might actually just skip to the next section.
Contrast. For contrast, change this to 1.02.
Actually, since this is going a little slow,
turn it on and off to see what difference it. In case you want to use a console command that you used in the past, you can use the arrow keys on the keyboard to use previously used console commands.
Oh, okay.
So select
we already figured that out. But that's
and okay, everything is starting to look pretty nice. So bring back level detail with -1. Also, let's jump back into foliage, move this off to the side, and continue to paint in more trees, especially on the tops of the hills. Since any trees that are in between hills, these trees won't really be noticed, so it's important that we add trees at the very top of the hills where the player can actually see something. Since I want the play space to be this area right here, and our main cinematic shot is at this angle. So I'm going to prioritize for time the area around the lake for extra detail. This is just what I'm doing. If you're doing a completely different shot, or if you want your entire world to be playable, then of course you'll add more trees that way. Then of course, where you're going to paint trees and add details will be different. Right now I'm using the select tool and moving the trees around. I especially want to move this tree that's on top of the river. I notice that we have the world grid right here. I don't like seeing the world grid, I don't need it. So go to show and uncheck its show flag, get rid of it.
Okay.
Also, using the fold select tool, I can hold down Alt to duplicate foliage. The only thing I'm doing is painting foliage, specifically the trees, and moving them around. There's nothing special or anything too technical about this process.
Just seeing if he's got any other little tips and tricks
like
like
that.
that.
Environment builds in Unreal Engine is literally just moving objects
grab.
around until you find something that you think looks nice. At this point, to get a better sense of how the world will feel like in game, I think it's a good idea to play the game. I could play my game with Alt and P as a shortcut and explore my world as a third-person character. As a reminder, if you play your game and you don't get the player character, that's because you need to go into world settings. If you don't have world settings, come up to Windows and select world settings, and then under Game Mode, Game Mode Override, make sure you select BP_third-person game mode. Now, third-person game mode is right now the default game mode because we did start off our project as a third-person template. Now, if you don't have the third-person character, then you can always go to Add Feature Content Packs.
Actually, did we? Yeah, we did.
Select third-person right there. So that's just
a player start because we always go into the same spot.
The third-person character as our default game mode. Also, if you see in the top left-hand corner this red warning that says texture streaming pool over budget, then you can fix that by exiting out of the game, coming down here into console commands, and then typing r.streaming.
See, like something like this.
And then set it to a large number like 10,000. So now, if I play my game, we no longer get that warning. So whenever you do see that warning, go into the console commands and then change the pool size to something large. I tend to just go with 10,000. Okay, I need to fix these trees right here, but I do like the scale of the environment so far. So let me fix these by selecting both of them.
Yeah, we got a few of those things happening too, but you don't have this money.
You need to flatten out this area just a little bit within the landscape sculpting mode, and then paint mud right here because it looks like we don't have a good transition between the grass and water. So go to smooth for sculpt, increase the brush and smooth all of this out. Also
which we've already done.
And add in the little mud right there, just like that. Another thing I'm going to do, use layer D.
We actually did that with like the first.
So it's almost like there's a trail.
When we were doing the texture, we did that right in the
valley around like this, all the way into the horizon.
Okay.
So that's what I'm going to do. Let's paint in a trail.
Sick.
And grab the
I see. So yeah, he's just doing like little paths and stuff.
I'm painting a trail right now, trying to make sure it's the right size relative to our player character. And then I'm going to have to move the trees out of the way. And then I notice that the little valley is a little bit too small. So I'm going to use a sculpt brush and make the valley even bigger. Just because we're done with large details doesn't mean I'm done sculpting the landscape. There can always be small improvements or entirely new details I can add. Alright, so our environment is starting to come along really nicely. As a reminder, I can click on F10 to get a full screen view of my world with all my windows now docked right here. So while my environment looks nice, it is missing one big focal point, arguably the most important part of the environment since it's where our eyes will be drawn to, and that is the castle. So we're going to create a castle right here on top of this hill.
Okay, so it's just like so he's just going around just talking about this
elements to our world. And
I wish you kind of like put the other stuff in a little bit sooner
within the castle asset pack that we downloaded. Go into maps and then select overview. So here are all the assets we're going to put together to make the castle. And as you can probably guess right now by just looking at all the pieces, our castle isn't one large single mesh. Instead, it's a bunch of different smaller meshes that we put together to make a larger object as a whole. So you can essentially think of all these different pieces as Lego blocks, and we're going to stick all the Lego blocks together to create an entire Lego set. And this is actually a very common workflow in Unreal Engine 5. It's called modular design. So for example, we can take all of these different pieces and put them together to create many different castle variations that we can see in example castles. So here are just some ideas that you can pick from when creating your castles. While all these castles are extremely different from each other, they are all using the same exact assets thanks to modular design.
Which is pretty crazy.
If I click on this castle, that they're made up of the same objects, just positioned differently. And that's the power of modular design. It's going to give you, the viewer, the ability to create your own castle completely from scratch.
And you can go in Blender and automate it.
Follow one of these blueprints
so it does all that automatically.
try and experiment and create your own castle when you are building it out. Or, and then this is an option,
it looks a little
you can completely just steal one of the castles already built for you. So if you go into the outliner tab, and actually let's right click and select undock from sidebar, scroll up
until it won't.
See that each of these different castles are contained within
okay, so they're already.
So right here is our main castle, and Castle Ruins is right here. Small castle is all the way over here, and Tower Castle is this one. So let's say, for example, if I want the main castle, I can right click on the folder, and then go to select, and check immediate children. It's going to select all the static meshes that makes up the main castle. You can even double check that this is the main castle by turning on and off the eye icon. With all the static meshes selected, press Ctrl and C, and then jump into our main environment.
Oh, okay. I thought he was just going into just be like, because he's done that. I don't know if he actually has he. I think he has. So let's Control Space. Yeah, Control Space. That's content map. Is it a map? No. Content. Put in the assets. That's what that's. Yes. Go. Okay. So then I'm gonna. Okay, so he's already copy and pasting stuff. Okay. I like this. Or like the stuff that I want to go for. Okay. Also, I've been wanting to do the folders way more, but I've been just kind of following what he's doing. But it's really cool to see that the folders are like this, like really nice. Because that's how it, like, lighting, I would have like an extra folder for extra stuff, like anything, all that stuff. That's runes? Okay. So then, no, immediate copy, Control C, Control C, Control Space.
Under maps, castle environments, save selected.
Map. Or castle. No. Assets. Map. I see. Oh, I see. And then we were in the main one. And it's seriously just a copy and paste from here. Okay, wait, how does he do it?
And
oh no, I
here,
did.
control.
I pasted. Oh no, it did it like 3 times. Close. I Control V like so many times. Okay, that is super sick. That's really sick that you can copy and paste between levels like that. That's really huge. Like that's really, really sick. Okay, this is going. Actually, what is he going to
paste
say?
the castle into our main environment right here. Now we can move this into position on top of the hill, and simply get it into position like this. So we don't have to create a castle completely from scratch. We could grab one of the pre-built ones. But for the sake of this tutorial, I'm going to go through the process of creating an original castle completely from scratch. So I'm going to delete this. And creating a castle is pretty easy.
I'm going to use this, and then also do all the other stuff as well. Okay, so even more so. Okay, so it'd be like boom. Oh, there's 2 right here. There we go. Oh wow, that really does change the scene a lot. Making it like them on the ground. I'm like fully in the ground. I'm not gonna spend too much time on this. I'm just trying to a little bit of distortion up here. Like that. Well, fast here, slow. Maybe something like this. Oh no, one of the towers failed. Go straight down. Boom. At the base. I'm gonna show that like broke off. Hey, look good. Oh, that looks good. Yeah, it's kind of not how that would work. Oh wow, really kind of taking it apart even more, so it makes this fit even more into this out of that one. Okay. I like that for over here. And love that tree.
So let's jump into castle assets and meshes, and here are all the meshes we're going to use. So first off, we need the base of our castle. So the front of it, which is the wall, we can use.
So that's how.
this wall
Okay.
right.
That's how. So that's how he's doing it. So castle assets, meshes. You just go into manage, click meshes. Okay.
SM_wall01 is the
Let me see what he
most simple
says,
asset.
then we're going to do it,
Basically,
because
it's
it might give
one
us out a
tile
little
wall that we
tips
can
and
use.
tricks.
And before we continue building out my castle, we need a human reference to help us with scale. So jump into characters, mannequins, meshes, and we're going to use skm_manny to make sure our castle does have the correct scale. We also have an alternative to this wall, so press Ctrl and B, and this wall I slightly like better, and that is SM_wall07. So this one right here is basically just the same wall as this one, except it has some extra geometry and stones to make it feel more three-dimensional. So just place them next to each other like this. That one up a little bit. And then select both of them, hold down Alt, duplicate them to move them up. I'm going to delete that one, and then copy this. That's how we have wall 07, just like that. So that is basically the process we're going to be doing. So we don't have to be super specific. We're trying to line up our walls, especially since this is a medieval castle, and medieval castles are never perfect. It can always be a little bit off-centered, like right here. It doesn't have to be completely perfect. Also, to prevent repetition, I could rotate this 90 degrees. That's how we're using the other side of the wall. We're not always using the front.
Okay.
So select these three, hold on Alt, and move it up like this. So I'm just building a pretty big wall right now. And if I want a wall with a window, then I can come into here and use SM_wall09. So drag this out, and let's delete that wall. Add this wall right there, and try to rotate it and move it into place.
I see he drags it onto the object,
Like
or at least
that.
tries to.
Now you'll notice that this wall right here has a
Slightly
separate material
yeah.
that's a little bit different. So it does stand out from the rest. We can change that. So select this wall. Actually, let me go undock the details panel and the world settings. So
You
with
wouldn't
this
just do the
selected,
window?
details panel. I want to select this material right here. So click on the magnifying glass.
Okay, so
and
he
drag
wants to
this
select the other
onto that
material.
wall. But if you do want to use the original material of this wall,
Never mind.
then you can go into Castle Assets Material and use mi_wallstones blend. So this is an alternative material that you can use to just change the way that it looks. That's why we're not always using the same material. We can add some color variation to the castle. Also,
Cool.
while we're on the subject of materials, if we open up any of these materials, you will see that in the details panel, we have access to albedo tint and albedo control, which function the exact same way that they do.
Yeah, that's what I thought
with
he was
Megascan
going to
assets.
do.
So these are the same parameters if you do want to change the way it looks.
Go in
right
there
now.
and actually
But I'm
mess
going
with
to
the
check that
controls.
since I want to leave the materials as is. Another wall mesh that I like to use, press Ctrl and B to jump to our castle asset meshes, is SM_wall08. So drag that out, and this will be the
That's
top
the
of the
top.
wall.
Yeah.
So place that right there, duplicate that, move it there. And do keep in mind, in order to move our modular assets around and to make it easier for us, you want to make sure global is unchecked, because then we're moving the asset relative to the world. We can't move the object back and forth or side to side depending on its rotation. We need to click this button up here to get its local rotation. So that will help when using modular assets. We're going to Alt and move that, and put all of these into place just like that. And another wall mesh we can use, I'm going to select this wall mesh and move it back, is these walls right here. So wall 02, 3, and 05, which is good to add destroyed elements to our world. For example, right here, I can add in wall 02 like this. So that's how it looks like. This part of the wall has been destroyed a little bit. So scale that up. And
That looks
then
pretty
over the
nice.
top right there, I can use
I like that.
this piece and then move it like this. Just like that.
Oh, yeah,
So
that's...
it's almost
oh,
like
that's
someone
sick.
took a chunk off this wall. Maybe the wall fell off, or this fortress was attacked and a cannon hit it. So let's go
I'm
work
gonna
on the
piece
side
on
right
the
now,
ground.
and we can do that with entrance large pillar 05, which is our traditional castle pillar, or 03, which is a similar mesh, but slightly more destroyed. So with this, I can stick this to the side right here, and then I need to extend this down, so I can use SM_entrance large pillar 01, which is just a simple cylinder and a texture. So bring that down like this, and then down again. And as a reminder, if you don't like the material that's currently on this pillar, then we can select mi_wallstones 03 and replace them right there like this.
That's nice.
So another thing we're going to do is let's select any of our meshes, press Ctrl B, and alternative is this one. So SM_entrance large pillar 07. So this is a great one to add to the sides and give some thick weight to our fortress right there like that. And below that is SM_entrance pillar 02 that we need to add
This
there.
is the information that I
Extend
wanted
this
before
piece to the
diving
top.
in.
Right there like this. And let's also make sure that we give the top one right here the same material. So you can see very quickly, by using a bunch of modular meshes, we could create a brand new fort that wasn't just provided to us. And this is why I love using modular assets, is because it's literally just like playing with Legos, where we get a bunch of different blocks, and from those blocks, we have a near infinite amount of combinations to create whatever we want. So let's also add a flag right here. Go back into meshes, and we have this flag. I can add to the side. Also, I have SM_flag02, which will be stuck to the walls, or we have this insanely large flag that you can put at the front of your castles, let's say right there. But now that is covering that detail. So I'm going to move this off to the side right there so that we can still see our window after we add the flag to the front of the castle. Just like that. I can even
I'm
add
gonna hide the
these SM_round
details
stones
or the broken bits.
right there like this to the corners.
That'd be a
of my
funny
castle.
little detail.
Before we continue building out my castle,
To see,
and
like,
keep in mind
in-game,
this
like,
is
oh, wow.
completely optional, but we can organize our castle into a folder. So to create a folder,
Yes.
go into your outliner tab, and at the very top right here, right-click on castle environment or the name of your level, and go create folder. Now I'm going to call this one my castle, or you can call it whatever you want. If you
Interesting.
ever want to change the name of a folder,
I think
right-click,
I've
click
been
on edit,
outside the level.
and then select rename.
Oh, no, I did.
Now to get assets into a folder, you can select any of the assets in the outliner, hold down the left mouse button and drag it into the folder. Or you can hold down shift and select multiple assets and drag those into the folder like that. I'm going to press Ctrl Z since that isn't necessary. Now what I want to do is add all these static meshes to my castle. So go through and select all the static meshes that make up the castle. Just like that. So I'm going to move it around temporarily to make sure that I do have all the assets selected, and I do. So now with all of them selected, I could hold down the left mouse button and then try to drag it up into the folder, but the folder is all the way at the top of the outliner, so it might be a little bit hard. Or within the outliner, I can right click on any of the selected meshes, go to move to, and select my castle to move those assets into that folder. And now all my assets that make up my castle are within this folder. So that's just
That's nice. It's better to start in it so you don't have to do that at all. And that's what I'm going to try to do.
one option to organize your world. Of course, that is completely optional. The benefits are that you know what assets make up your castle, and also you can hide and unhide the castle as a whole, or you can right-click, select immediate children to select all the meshes in that folder. But that is optional. And one last thing I'm going to do before we go into this build, and that is I do really like our world right now. I like the way it looks, where all the trees are placed, the water, and the beginning of this castle. I don't want to lose anything. So of course, we're going to jump into our maps, and let's duplicate this. Call this one right here, castle backup.
Back it up
code
again.
3. Just like that. And let's also save everything so we don't lose our progress.
Yeah.
And now let's start to build. For this portion of the tutorial, the video is going to be sped up, because if I didn't time-lapse this portion, then that would add an extra 30 minutes to this video, and this tutorial is already pretty long. Now, we're not introducing any new concepts whatsoever. The only thing I'm doing is adding new objects into my world, moving them around, rotating, scaling, maybe even duplicating, and trying to find combinations of pieces that look good together. If we want to use the Lego analogy again, I'm just putting bricks together to try to create a larger set as a whole. Honestly, it's this portion of the environment build in Unreal Engine that I find to be the most fun, where I don't have to think of anything technical whatsoever. I just have to think of what looks cool in my environment. If there wasn't a time constraint, I can spend hours moving objects around and trying to find new compositions and looks for the castle. Notice how I'm also changing the lighting just a bit to see what my world would look like at different times of the day. Again, and this is a reminder, I highly recommend that you don't mirror or copy every single mesh placement that I'm doing. I recommend that you experiment with all the assets given and you try to create your own asset that's unique to your environment. If there's any portion of this environment build where I would suggest that you do something different from me, it would be right now. Because there's a reason why I chose modular assets for this build, and that's because modular assets allow for an infinite number of customizations, so everyone that follows this tutorial will have a different castle from each other. Right now, I'm adding some of the smaller details, like flags and green ivy.
Definitely
really
gonna
like
use
the way
that
the
ivy,
looks,
oh man.
because it helps blend the castle in with the environment just a little bit more. At this point, I am completely done with my main castle. It looks really nice, it stands out, and it's different from the example castles. Now, hopefully you didn't follow along with me exactly, but you created your own version of this castle that reflects whatever you were trying to go for. Because again, I highly recommend that you create a castle since it's really good practice. Now I'm going to press F and 10. That's so I can see what my world looks like in full screen. And I do want to make some quick edits to my post-process volume. So select it, and then go into the details panel. I think it might be a little bit too saturated, so bring this down to 1.01. And for contrast, bring that down to 1.045. So actually 1.04. So very, very small changes. And exposure, it could be a little bit brighter, not like that. Let's try 10.2. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it at 10.2 for now. So we still haven't built my castle ruins. So I want to add some ruins of a castle or fortress over to the left side of my view to add some more detail. And I highly recommend that you go through all the assets we just used, maybe even go through Quixel Bridge and find some castle ruin assets there and create your own castle ruins, because it's really good practice. Now what I'm going to do is cheat right now and go into castle asset maps, example castles, and steal the castle ruins right here. So go to outliner and select castle ruins, right click, select immediate children, Control C all of these to copy, and then jump into your maps, castle environments, and then Control V to paste it in. So all of them are right here. I'm going to move it to this location to the left. Now, I wouldn't recommend that you do that. Instead, as practice for your own castle, I just decided to cheat to save time. Now, we've handled the really large details, which are mountains and the landscape. Then we handled the medium details.
that's still a good thing to try,
cliffs,
and like
trees,
copy and paste
castles.
over. That's
Finally,
like you're gonna be doing that all the time,
details,
though.
which is our
You
pebbles, rocks,
shouldn't be
twigs,
doing that
and shrubs.
from scratch
So
all the
where are we
time.
going to get these assets?
But yeah, what is
You probably guessed right, and that is within Quixel Bridge. I've already gone ahead and downloaded a lot of the assets I want to use under favorites. So I want to use this tree stump. That's my project. This rock right here.
Okay, so he's just going in and just kind of filling out the
and
place.
scroll down. Of course, we want vegetation. So violet wood. Use that.
That's
And this
that's
is
something
my
I
favorite
wanted to do.
Grass clumps. Add that to your project. Ferns, white flowers, and I really like Icelandic terrain. It's one of my favorite meshes in
I
Quixel
wish
Bridge.
you did a little
So of course, I
bit
want
this
to
a
add
little
that.
bit sooner.
Forest roots, pebbles, and common
But
fern.
it would make the
And some
tutorial
more
even longer.
branches and broken trees. So that's basically all the assets I'm going to use for this tutorial. Of course, there is 14,000 assets for the Quixel Bridge. Feel free to find your own meshes that you like and add to your project. But these are the meshes I'm going to use for now. And here we have a bunch of new static meshes in the Mega Scans folder.
Is he just going to like...
So I'm going to start off by placing some of the large assets, like the wood, rocks, and boulders, to help vary the landscape.
Faster than
because
before.
Otherwise, it would just be a flat landscape. I want to add some small height variation to it, since the landscapes in real life are normally never this smooth. It's also never too late to add in new trees and shrubs. Now that we handle the boulders, let's start painting down our foliage. And sometimes when you import assets from Quixel Bridge, they will automatically be added to our foliage. So we didn't have to go where grass plants are and then select them and drag them in. They're automatically added because Quixel Bridge is smart enough. But we're still missing some assets I want to use, and that is the small meshes from our interactive spruce forest. So go there into meshes, small, and let's use the last 4 and drag that on like that. Whenever I have new static meshes in the foliage tool, I first do a couple of test paints to make sure that the settings are correct before I paint it like normal. Alright, so now that those are painted, let's start painting our grass.
I think I do the same.
And see that our grass is way too bright. So let's go find where grass is and open up its material instance. So we have this material instance right here.
Okay.
And for color overlay, bring it down to something darker, and also decrease its translucency strength to 4. Okay, so there we go. So that is a lot better. Maybe even...
Oh, because the sun is hitting it. I see.
Leave it like that. But when I go away, we still transition into the lowest LOD, which looks different. And that's because it's using a different material, which is right here. So this material controls the lowest LOD. We need to make the same changes. So that is bringing down its color.
Thank goodness Nanite's going to take care of that.
Translucency to 4.
God, I feel bad for developers for such a long time, huh?
Is much more natural in between the LODs. So let's start painting down our grass. Now, I'm only going to paint foliage and detail this specific area that is next to the trail. The reason why is because this is going to be our main playable space. Now, if the player character can walk around our entire map, then I would go through the entire map and detail the landscape and paint foliage, but obviously that would take up a lot of time. And it's the same exact process as what I'm doing right now. Notice how for a lot of foliage, I'm doing the same exact thing we did with the grass, and that is decrease its color. Because by default, I think Megascan foliage is a little bit too bright. I want to point out that just because we have foliage static meshes like grass, doesn't mean we have to place it to the foliage mode. I can still, like any static mesh, simply drag the grass out from the content browser and place it like normal.
Probably understand why it would be a little bright.
And finally at the end right here, I'm adding rocks to the shore and twigs to the path. And as a reminder, for those assets, you can also enable nanite to increase performance. I'm also adding ferns to the top of my cliffs, because it doesn't make sense that there wouldn't be any foliage growing there. Alright, I'm almost done with this environment. There's just one last change I want to make, and that is these trees, in my opinion, are way too brown. I want to make them yellow, so since they're Megascan trees, we can control them with the global foliage actor. So select that, and then with the details panel, let's open that up.
Because they're a Megascan tree.
Increase the season strength and the season brightness to somewhere around 1.5. And saturation, decrease that just a little bit, since I think it was too saturated and it was making the trees more red than yellow. And I want to leave them at yellow. And with that, I kind of got the tree that I have a little bit. Mine's more low. Throughout this entire tutorial, pat yourself on the back, since this was a lot of work. Now I can press Alt and P and then run around my world as my character. It is a very satisfying and fun feeling to finally be able to play your environment and world as if it's an actual game and explore everything you created. Well, I guess now this is the end of the video. I hope you got something out of it, and if you did, make sure to subscribe because I have a lot more free assets and tutorials planned for this channel. Also, if you did follow along and you created an environment, I would love to see what you made, so make sure to share it in the comment section below. Now, with all that being said, I guess this is goodbye.
Okay. I guess that just kind of like went by super quick. I didn't realize.